When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, 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 so go off, go off, go off.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bornos in sunny Spain for this day 2 of the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We're with you all morning with some exciting action as we carry on with day 2 of 5 days of world-class World Championship action here in southern Spain in the Andalusia region. We're waking up, not literally, but we've been on site for a while. We're just waiting for the daylight to be of a suitable level so that our sporting equipment is working, our scoring equipment is going to be in action. So it's a little bit quiet for the time being, due to start at 8:30, being pushed back to 8:40, just to make sure that we have enough daylight to make the most of the day. What a start to our presence this morning. We have the 2-minute highlights of yesterday's action. If you missed it, you can always go to our YouTube channel where you look for day 1 highlights video reel to get an idea of what we saw yesterday, the thrills, the spills, the excitement as we started the World Championships in Paramotor Slalom this year. We managed to fly 2 complete tasks yesterday. So with 2 classes, the Paramotor Foot Launch and the Paramotor Land Trike, or the Trikes. And each class managed to fly 2 complete courses. So we've scores for 2 tasks so far today. And we're looking forward to having at least 2, hopefully 3 more tasks today to make a total of 5 so far. But don't forget, it's 5 days of action, culminating on Saturday with the medal ceremony late on Saturday evening. I can feel it in my bones. It's going to be a beautiful day today. The weather is looking good. A little bit of cloud cover over in the high mountains, but blue skies, and it's going to warm up to be maybe mid to high 20s here in late October in southern Spain. And we're settling in for a fantastic day of action. You can see already that the organisers have been busy. We've got the 5 inflatable pylons out, which will mark the course. Set in a dice pattern, so like the number 5 on the face of the dice. 1 in the middle, 4 in the corners, and that's going to be the centre of our attention today as we watch 57 pilots from around the world compete in different patterns as they fly around the dice of 5 pylons. A few of the competitors are getting ready. Team Qatar, last minute decisions, actions. They will have been rehearsing in their heads the pattern for this morning, warming their engines, getting their wings ready. You can see all of the wings of the PL1 class lying out there on our takeoff deck. We're just waiting for the light to be good enough for our very sensitive camera, and then we'll be off. Great pictures of the competition area this morning. As pilots go through last minute prep before they're ready to go off. We just saw Hayan Al Khababi today, just now. We're doing reverse championship order this morning, so the people who were slowest yesterday will be going first, and the people who were fastest will be going last. And Haiyan was mid-table, so he's going 9th this morning, hoping to improve on his scores from yesterday. Great overhead shots. If you look on the right-hand side, you'll see the big white tent, which is the team tent, where competitors store their equipment. And then a little bit above that, we've got some hospitality tents, then the medical crew, and then right in the corner, the 2 tents with the spikes on top. That's us. We are the scorers, we are the media team, and also the headquarters for the competition director. Very small site, but perfectly big enough. But it's all contained in one small area, creating an amazing atmosphere. And there you can see on the corner the pylons that we're going to be using to fly around today. Just checking the wind. Well, there's not much at the moment. Conditions are pretty much perfect here in Bornos in Spain. You can see the near glass finish on the water. And we're all looking forward to a fantastic day of flying. Just heard over my left-hand shoulder a whistle being blown. That'll be the Chief Marshal Simon. Blowing the whistle indicates that we're ready, we think the light levels are good enough, and we'll be taking off fairly soon. So let's talk about the course that we're going to be flying this morning. It's called Aquarius. We're using 4 of the 5 pylons. Let's talk through it. You go from the bottom of the screen where the S is, that's the start, and you go in a direction to the right, and you take a right-hand turn around the bottom right pylon. That's marked in red. Then you go across the course using the center pylon as a slalom to the top left pylon, taking another right-hand turn. And then you come south down the course to the bottom left pylon, taking a turn, and then around the center pylon, 360 degrees, going through the finish gate. That's our course for this morning. First one, we hope to have 3 courses, but the first one's going to be Aquarius. Getting increasingly difficult as we go. Yesterday we were using 3 pylons, this morning we're using 4. Making the degree of difficulty even harder. Increasing the G's and the turns, increasing the speed, because we've got a long trek from bottom right to top left. It'll be the red turns, especially the very, very high speed 270 degree turns, which are going to be the ones that test the pilots this morning. So pilots have been given the green light, and we'll soon be off with the first competitor. Great shots there of one of the 2 rescue boats. There's the specialist rescue boat with the flip-top nose. They've been busy this morning pulling the inflatable pylons into position. The red boat is the lead safety boat, and then there's a yellow and grey boat as well, providing amazing service this week. We do have a number of people who have gone for a swim, and the boats are there within 10 to 15 seconds, pulling the pilots out of the water. We've had a few splashes, absolutely no injuries at all so far. Just a few wet socks and some bruised egos. There we are, we're giving you a wave. We're in the bottom left-hand corner as we just wait to make sure everything's in position. We've 2 drones in action this morning. We've got one giving more static shots, perhaps an overhead shot of the pylons, and we have a second one which is providing shots such as this. And later on, I'll let you into a surprise, we will be having follow me drone action. We've a highly skilled licensed drone operator here on site, and he will be following the action as the pilots fly through the course, giving you first person view of exactly what is needed to complete the course in as quick a time as possible. That's the trike of Spanish pilot Pablo Merino. So it's all about speed this morning. You need to get around the course as quickly as possible without any penalties, and there are a number of penalties which I can go into later. But generally the fastest person is the winner, and they score 1 point for being in first place. And all of the scores throughout the whole of the week are counted together, and the person with the least number of points at the end of the week is going to be crowned 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Champion for 2025. You can see Alois there from Czech Republic, getting himself in the right frame of mind. And look at this, it's a glorious day. The excitement is built already because we're going to have a fantastic morning of action. We tend to fly until hopefully 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, by which time the wind tends to pick up in this part of the world. And we stop, go for some lunch, but we're also going to be absolutely exhausted by then. This is incredibly hard work on the pilots. It's a short burst of energy, but boy is it intense. And looking at the faces of the pilots yesterday lunchtime as we finished, they were tired, they were in need of a siesta, and recoup ready for another day's action this morning. Official start time has been set at 8:40 this morning. It's currently 8:35 here in Bornos in Spain. We are live. This is not a rehearsal. This is day 4 of action. We've had 2 days of training, being Sunday, Monday. Yesterday was Tuesday. We had our first official competition day, and we flew 2 tasks, and today is day 2. Official competition day 2, and we hope to fly tasks 3, 4 and 5 during the morning. And the beautiful town of Bornos in the distance. Look at the surface of the lake, it's absolutely beautiful. Just a very, very light skim of wind. So in the wonderful region of Andalusia in southern Spain, if you think you know where Malaga is, and Sevilla, we're on a line really between Malaga and Sevilla. Maybe an hour or two's drive from the southern coast. And to our west, you drive about an hour to Cadiz. Beautiful, calm, peaceful part of Spain. Mountainous, beautiful scenery. And Bornos is known for its microclimate. This is why this has become a centre of paramotoring excellence in the world. Because of exactly what we're seeing this morning, we tend to get very stable, very calm, paramotor-friendly weather for at least the morning until the sun has risen, warmed the ground, and the wind direction changes and increases, generally sometime around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But this is why people travel from all over the world to come here, southern Spain, to compete in Paramotor Slalom Championships. We've 10 countries from around the world. From the United Arab Emirates, the United States of America, Czech Republic, Belgium, Qatar, Spain, Poland, France, UK, and last but not least, the person on screen at the moment, Mika from Finland, making up Team Finland here today. Such beautiful scenes, it's a joy to be here. I look forward to this all year round. I'm actually here as a member of the official jury. I come to be jury president this year, but I've been working with the competition director for a number of years now. And, he's set up some fantastic media resources. These pictures that you're seeing being produced by KTO Productions and my friend Geordie here on my right hand side. And Carmel asked me at the last minute, well, would I be willing to talk over the images? So here I am, trying to give you a flavour of what's going on, the feelings that we have, the emotions that are happening, and then keep you updated with what action we're watching, and more importantly, who's in the lead, who's winning, and who is on their way to an FAI gold medal later on this week. There we are, there's the dice, the number 5 on the face of a dice. And you see on the right hand side the 2 white buoys. That'll be the start-finish gate for this morning. So they'll be flying through that start-finish gate and then into the course, which this morning is Aquarius. We have an official website at 7wpsc.com. That's 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships.com. 7wpsc.com. There you'll find a list of the competitors, but you'll also find a link to rules and regulations. And there'll be a document there called the Local Regulations. And it has in it the task catalogue, including a description of all of the different tasks. And there you'll find a picture of all of the different patterns that will be flying, including the one of Aquarius this morning. So if you want to follow on a diagram as well as the live action, go to 7wpsc.com. Look for rules and regulations, download the local regulations, and you'll see all of the names of the different courses. There's probably about 20 of them. We flew Blizzard and Black Hole yesterday. We're flying Aquarius first thing this morning, and then onto Aquila and Comet later on today. But it's Aquarius we're concentrating on this morning. Here we go, going through the start gate, and then you take an immediate right turn to the bottom right pylon, through the length of the course to the top left pylon, down to the bottom left pylon, and then a G-inducing turn all the way around the centre pylon until you get to the finish gate. My estimation is it's going to take them somewhere between 32 to 35 seconds for the top in the world. We have a wide range of competitors here this week. So the fastest will be, I guess, in the low 30 seconds, going up to quite a bit more than that as we welcome those who are new to the sport or new to world level of paramotor slalom. And we recognise this year we've introduced a new category, which is the serial class. So we have the open class, which is for everybody to compete, and we subdivide that into serial class. So those who have less experience have a chance of competing against like-skilled pilots. Just saw Chief Marshal Simon waving the first green flag of the day. Simon has the all-important job of controlling the takeoff deck, making sure that everything is safe for pilots to take off. Along with other marshals. They make last-minute checks on the harnesses, on the equipment, and then only then they give the green light before allowing the pilot to go. Maybe you're picking up on the FX microphones. First sounds of the paramotors in the air this morning. First up is going to be number 45 from Czech Republic, Milan Clément, meaning that he was the slowest yesterday. We're going in reverse order. And here we go with the action on day 2 of the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Let's just drink in some images, have a look at some action, and then I can go through describing as we go along in the morning. So there you go. That's what we're going to be looking at during the day. Milan showing great control, great skill. Certainly belies his 18th position in the start list because, or first position, he was 18th yesterday, because that was very smooth, and I'm sure he's going to post a good time. So if you want to know what the times are, we have an official scoring website at dice.flights, dice.flights. It's the official software providers for the competition this year. And there you click onto dice.flights, pick your competition, which is the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship, 7WPSC. And we are currently following the PL class, the Paramotor Land Plane, PL. So find the tab PL, and then we are task number 3, Aquarius. And times are live. They appear within 3 or 4 seconds on that website. So you'll be able to follow the action and then flick over to dice.flights to find out exactly what the time was. So second competitor of the day, therefore second slowest yesterday, is Lukáš from Czech Republic. Safely through. We had a number of pilots get wet yesterday. I think they were suffering from first day excitement. We had an extensive safety briefing from the competition director, Kamil Manchowski from Poland, saying, look guys, take it easy, we've got 5 days, don't ruin it all on day one. But I think some people had earplugs in because they went absolutely gung-ho. We saw some limit flying yesterday, and as a result we saw a couple of people get wet. So far so good. First 2 through the course, nice and steady, making sure that they score at least some points, because if you do splash into the water, then you come last with 0. Third competitor this morning, so third last yesterday, number 53, Pablo Moreno Gonzalez from Spain, local pilot. Let's follow him as he goes through. So he needs to go immediately right to the first pylon, around that pylon, and then back diagonally across the whole length, the diagonal length of the course. Seems to be going extremely wide. Perhaps he's decided that he hasn't yet started. So their time does start when they go through the start gate. So if he's not happy, then he is able to abort before starting. Here we go, gone through the chicane of the second pylon, around now the third pylon. This is going to be a 180 turn, or slightly more than that, 200-degree turn down to the bottom right pylon as we see on the drone shot. A 180 turn back to the center pylon, where he goes anti-clockwise around that center pylon, and then back out through the start-finish gate. Good job. So you can see at the very end he slowed down as he wanted to lose a bit of height, because he needs to get through the start-finish gate no higher than the top of the height of the pylons. So the pylons are about 9 meters high, about 1 meter of base and 8 meters of white pylon. And the start-finish gate has a height the same as the top of the pylons. So you may be seeing during the day some competitors overcooking it, and as they go through to the finish, they'll be too high. They won't then be recorded by our timing gun, our speed gun. So they've been briefed very clearly, you need to go through the finish gate below 9 meters in height above the water. And we just saw Pablo then have to correct. He will have let up on the throttle to lose some height to make sure that he gets through. So Thibault low to the ground, number 55 from France. Excellent approach, nice and steady. Speed bar out, as you can see. Great entry into the course. Needs to turn right. He's taking a very wide turn around the first. Not much wind this morning to affect them, so good wide turn for Thibault. Needs to chicane across the centre pylon, and then it'll be a 3/4 turn around this pylon number 3. Down to the bottom right pylon, which will be a left-hand turn around there. And then back to the centre pylon. Going counterclockwise around the centre. All the way around, all the way around. Again, excellent display of him having to control his height as he finishes. And then head to dice stop flights, where you will be able to see the time. So I'm now looking at dice stop flights. I found my way through 7wpsc.com. I've picked the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. I've picked the class, which is the PL class. We're using the trikes at the moment, the Paramotor land plane. And then I've picked task number 3, Aquarius. And I'm looking at the live timing board. And I can see that actually all 3 pilots so far, all 3 pilots have been given the code FEX, which is a penalty. It means they've had a failure in the exit gate and they haven't scored any points at all. So first 3, no good. Pilots need to understand that they have to fly low in order to score any points. 4th competitor of the day, Gaetan. Big correction there after the first pylon, but he's okay. He's back in the swing of it. Very, very tight turn indeed from around that pylon. And he's gone extremely wide as he's working with his wing to get through the finish gate. Is Gaetan going to be the first to score any points at all as a result of those exit gate penalties in the first 3 competitors? Yes, in fact, Gaetan is now in first place. He completed the course successfully in a time of 30.313 seconds. So you'll learn that my predictions are terrible. So my 32 to 35 seconds is already wrong. Gaetan ran the course in 30.31. Martin from Spain, originally from Australia, but been living in working in Spain for most of his life now. Martin's the catalyst of the Spanish team this year, having encouraged a few oldies back into action, including a certain Mr. Ramon Morias, former world champion in this sport. Ramon will be coming up very soon. Martin's got a couple of epic trips planned. He intends to ride his motorbike from his home in Spain back to his original home in Australia, a trip he's planning later next year. And once he's successfully completed that, he then intends to fly his aeroplane the same route. So the true adventurer, Martin, he has told me that he's going to fly steady this week. This isn't necessarily his discipline. You can see he's using a wing that's not necessarily suited for slalom. It's cross-country wing, a little bit too big to be competitive in this event, but he's very successfully negotiated the course. And as you can see, he looks as though he got through the finish gate within the regulation 9 meters. Yep, 58.887 seconds for Martin, putting him in second place so far. Still nice and cool here at the moment. It's in the low 20s. Sorry, it's in the high teens at the moment. Soon to head into the low 20s as the sun takes effect. And then we're expecting a high of 28 or 29 this morning. We should be done by around maybe 1 o'clock, so we'll escape the worst of the heat from the sun as we watch Hayyan Al-Khababi from the Qatari team. So Hayyan mid-table in the start list because he came first in the second task, but 18th in the first task yesterday. Hayyan, current world champion, having come first in 2023 at the slalom championships here in Bornos, and first again in 2024 in Qatar last year. So current world champion Hayyan, but starting mid-table as a result of his 18th place in the first task yesterday. Next up, 51 from Spain, former world champion in this event, Ramon Morillas. Teaches people paramotor slalom. Let's see if he can remember his old skills. Came 8th and 11th in the two tasks yesterday. Great skills on show. What makes for a good course is control of your height. Ramon needs to get down. He needs to get down. Looks as though he's failed to exit the gate. So there's me saying he's got great skills, and it looks as though he's got an exit penalty. Beautiful conditions, sun's still not taking effect, so making for great scenery. Sunrise this morning was 8:33, I think. So we can see the sun, but we can't yet feel it as we look to Ibrahim again from Team Qatar. 9th and 9th in the last two tasks from yesterday. Great control as he stays close to the water, going near horizontal in the turns. Great roll rate and nice and tight to the pylon as he turns. So this is where he needs to keep control. As you come out of the turn, you're inclined to accelerate and therefore gain height, but he's got his foot out on the speed bar straight away, and that's a beautiful run by Ibrahim. So 9th and 9th yesterday, he's obviously looking to improve on that today. So the action's coming thick and fast now. Highly organised, highly efficient organising team. They've been working together now for some time. We've seen Simon, the Chief Marshal, with the two flags on the deck. So he will have just waved his green flag, which would have allowed that competitor then to take off. But we also have Marcin, Chief Scorer. We have Peter, Scoring Assistant. And last but not least, the Competition Director, Kamil Manchowski. They're the core organising team, and they're doing a fantastic job again this year. as we experience no delays between competitors, and we're making most of the morning. Bit of height gain there. He needs to dive back down to stay fast. Very smooth, but this is the difficult part. Get down, which he does successfully. Oh, it's a bit close, but it should be a solid score. Yep, as predicted, Hayan Al-Khababi is now top of the leaderboard. Like I said, he came 18th in the first task because of a mistake, but then first in the second task, and he's currently leading with 26.581 seconds. 26.581 seconds. Head over to dice.flights, pick the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship, navigate through to the class PL, which is the Paramotor Land Trike class that we're watching at the moment. And then we're on task 3. Task 3, Aquarius. Bit of a spelling mistake on the website. It says Aquarius, but ignore that. And you'll get to see the times in near live time. Only a few second delay before they appear on the website. Number 49, Abdul Rahman. Sixth and eighth so far. Safety through, the inimitable sound of the Sky engine that he's using. And remember, we're going in reverse championship order. I can just see Mika from Finland there getting ready, waiting for that all-important green flag, which he must have received. Making the sponsor happy by inflating his wing. No, we didn't get quite to see the name of it, but we will during the course. On to 14th person this morning, Yann Ledière from France. Great controlled entry into the start gate. He will need to go right to the first pylon. Do an S down the diagonal length of the course to the far pylon, where he'll need to turn clockwise all the way around to the far right pylon as we're looking. Go anti-clockwise back to the center pylon, and stay low beautifully, and off we go. So I mentioned the speed bar earlier. If you're new to paramotoring, if you watch the feet of the pilots, you'll see that at times they're pushing their feet out away from them. That's because they've got their feet on a bar called the speed bar, which is connected to the control lines of the wing. And as you push on the speed bar with your feet, so you change the configuration of the wing. If you know about aviation, you increase the angle of attack, which means that you're able to fly faster. You're able to point the paramotor engine to the ground and make use of that by converting that into ground speed. So if you see pilots pushing their feet out mid-course, that's because they're taking benefit from the speed. 48, Thomas Gotze, displaying a perfect approach, which is, this is full throttle, controlled altitude, through the start gate perfectly, right turn to the first pylon. Nice control by Thomas. S-turn across the length of the course. Another clockwise turn all the way around to the far right pylon, as you can see. round that back to the center pylon. And then full throttle, stay low. Beautifully done. Let's see if he can at least threaten Hayan Al-Khababi in first place at the moment on 26.5. In second at the moment, Gaetan from France, 30.3. And in third, Yann Ledière from France in 33.9. And Thomas goes 32.5 into third place. So, third from last in the start list now is Vaclav from Czech Republic. Third and fifth so far in the last two tasks. Flinging his body around in the sky. Feeling the G's. So, in the wider turns, he'll be feeling maybe 2 to 2.5 G, but in the tighter turns, could be rising to as much as 3 G. And you see there his feet extending as he tries to squeeze the last of the speed out at the end. So the whole equipment will weigh in the region 110 to 130 kilos, perhaps. If the pilots say 55 to 60 kilos, perhaps. And then the machine is going to be another 45 kilos on, or 40 kilos on top. And then the wing is a few kilos. So if you're flying at 3G, you're feeling the effects of 300 kilos, maybe 700 pounds, 670 pounds of force on the body as they're going around the corners. High adrenaline stuff takes its strain on the body. So 50, Mika from Finland. If you were with us yesterday, I mentioned that he's a serving policeman in Finland. He also tells me that he used to be a firefighter, and before that he was a soldier working on F-18 jets, and he was lucky enough to have a few backseat rides in F-18s. Ardent supporter of paramotors, and he an organizer of events back in Finland. Mika 18th and 13th yesterday. Let's hope his sponsor's watching, because there's a good view of the wing as Mika comes through to the finish gate. He's risking it with a biscuit with the height there, but it looks as though it should be okay. Coming to the end of the PL class, so now the images you're seeing are of the next class, which is the PF, Paramotor foot launched. We'll be moving directly on to the PF class after the PL. 37 competitors in the PF class this morning. As we watch Oscar break the start list order, and that's perfectly okay. Pilots get 3 goes at taking off successfully from the deck, so if they have the wing not quite in the right place or some other problem in the deck while they're still in the deck, they're able to have a second and a third go. Or even if they take off and they've got a safety problem, they're allowed to land, and that's one of their takeoff attempts. They're allowed 3 in total. So of course if you have a failed first attempt, then you'll drop down the order. The competition organizer will put you in just as quickly as possible, so that you then fly as similar conditions as you can to your original start position, so as to perhaps avoid any potential tactics on the part of pilots who might be seeing improving weather. They might decide to deliberately spoil their first takeoff so that they could perhaps go to the very end of the start list. Well, no, they can't, because Carmel quite rightly says you get ready as quickly as you can. Once you're safe again, then you're off. So this is what we're watching with Oscar. He must have had a problem first time round. the marshals will have said, get ready, you're going next, before we close out the PL class with the last competitors. Beautiful shots with the sun in the background. Just the wispiest of clouds. Very, very light wind indeed. See the windsock there on the right hand side, just dangling down very lightly. It's a sensitive, lightweight windsock, so it just gives you an idea of what's happening. On to the action, second to last to go from France, Boris Tisper. Distinctive big black bushy beard and the huge smile on his face. How can Boris do today? Second in the first task, fourth in the second task yesterday. Wow, nearly a wing touch with the tip of the wing. That would have attracted a penalty, but he's doing okay. Just shows he's on the limit. He's pushing hard. Great control as he goes around the pylon. You're looking for a horizontal turn to carry the speed through the turn. Feet extended on the speed bar, and an excellent time from Boris Tisper of France. Boris competing again this year in the World Championships. He came second in 2023 here in Bornos and third in Qatar last year. So clearly hoping to at least emulate those scores, if not go one or two better from last year, against extremely stiff competition in the form of the team from Qatar. And the last in the PL class this morning, Ibrahim Hussein. Currently world number 2, was finishing first in the first task and second in the second task. Let's sit back and watch. Amazing. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. You can see he was fighting the power of the Sky engine, the 44 horsepower engine that he has on his back, as he's performed an amazing routine. So it's all eyes now on the official scoring dice dot flights. And you can see 28.02 puts him into second place for the task this morning. Task number 3 here at the World Paramotor Slalom Championships in Bornos in Spain. So, with the end of the PL class, we can say that in first place in task 3 was Hayan Al-Khababi from Qatar with 26.5. Second, also from Qatar, Ibrahim Hussein, 28.0. And then third, Boris Tisper, 28.8, with his compatriot Gaëtan Magnon from France in fourth on 30.3. So the PL pilots now get about an hour to an hour and 15 perhaps of rest. They no doubt will be reviewing their action and perhaps looking at the slow motion pictures of pilots to really hone their technique, to see where they went. Look at those fantastic shots. This is Ibrahim as he's flying round. He will be looking to speed bar as he goes between the pylons and then perhaps retracting the speed bar to slightly reduce the speed of the wing, which will then have a boomerang effect, pushing his body out into the horizontal and catapulting him around the pylon. Gained a little bit of height there, but he's fighting this 44 horsepower engine. Outstanding shots provided by Geordie of KTO Productions as we see the strain, the concentration of Ibrahim as he needs to pull the left riser, rotate round, swinging the body over the horizontal, feeling the G. He's going through 2.5 G at this point, looking to the next pylon, eyes fixed, and getting himself in the correct position so that he can go round the pylon as close to it as possible. And that's pretty darn close if you ask me. You saw the flicker of the shadow of the pylon as he went round. And then keep the height down. Speed bar fully out. You see his legs far out in front of him. He's leaning forward. He's trying to pull the cage down, pointing down to the ground to get maximum thrust towards the ground, which is then controlled by the wing as he reeks and squeezes the last kilometers per hour out of his machine. Amazing stuff. So we go now to the PF class. So if you're following on Dice Dot Flights, you'll need to pick the PF1 category. And then we're on task number 3, Aquarius. And the scores will appear as we go through. Official message from competition director. We've got a minor technical issue, so we're just going to have a couple of minutes break. There you can see Chief Marshal Simon with his red and green flags. No, that's my feed on the screen. We're looking at the water at the moment. You can see the wind slightly come up. There we go. There's Simon with his 2 flags, in communication with the competition director. So competitors will be looking to him. He is the one controlling the takeoff. Once he's happy that we're as safe as we can be, his assistant will have checked over the harness, the chassis and the engine of the competitor. When he's sure that there's a clear run, we're ready for him in the slalom course. So Simon will give the green flag to a competitor and point the flag at him to make sure that the competitor knows exactly who it is next up. So a key and pivotal role by Simon there, Chief Marshal. Let's just take a moment to soak in these images. That's the number 2 safety boat there. Number 1 safety boat is actually manned by the event director, a local known as Paco, Francisco. Paco is instrumental in making this Bornos one of the centres, if not the centre of the world for Paramotor Slalom. Paco lives on site in the campsite, and he is a major driving force behind the success of this region and of this centre of excellence. So a reminder of the course we're doing. This is Aquarius. It's the same for the PL and the PF classes. And then once we've gone through the PF classes, so we'll move on to the next design of course, which we've already been told is Aquila. 4 pylons this morning, adding to the difficulty. We had 3 pylons yesterday. And I've no doubt that competition director Kamil Manchowski will be putting 5 pylons in at some point during the week. We're just taking a few minutes. I can look over my right shoulder because I'm sitting here right on the lake shore. You can see safety boats are just checking the pylons. Not quite sure what the nature of the technical fault is, but you can see there one of the boats by the pylon just checking. They're dragged out every morning by the boat and connected to concrete blocks at the bottom of the lake. Comprise 2 parts. They have a base and a pylon top. The base is permanently inflated. It's a solid canvas type. And then the pylon itself is actually made of a similar material to the Paramotor wings. It's very, very lightweight. And it has its own inflation device so that it remains tightly inflated throughout the morning. The beautiful town of Bornos. Obviously built before the motor car because it's a maze of small streets, one-way systems, which adds to the charm. Simply delightful place to be. Wonderful historic centre with a church and then a number of bars and restaurants, as well as obviously shopping as well. Great place to live, and of course you're right next door to Lake Bornos, a reservoir which was flooded some years ago, and an absolutely amazing scenery, fantastic atmosphere. Just look at these shots. Wish you were here, I bet you do. I'm the lucky one. I'm sitting here and spending the week in these surroundings. I got away for a couple of hours yesterday, went and visited a local town which was actually built into the rock of the local mountain. So the sides and the roofs of some of the houses were actually the rock. A place called 7th FAI. I was lucky enough to get a couple of hours free in the afternoon before we came back for safety briefing in the evening last night, ready for this morning. Still not quite a mirror glaze on the water, but such light winds. This is situation normal for Bornos, and we're making the most of it. We're back on. Official message from Carmel, the competition director. We're off again. So safety boats will get into position just on the outside of the slalom course. And here you can see first competitors ready to go. We've a team from UAE this year. We've 6 competitors from UAE. They only were able to bring 3 paramotors with them. So with the gracious approval of all of the team leaders, they sandwiched the start list. So we have 3 UAE competitors at the beginning. And then they land, they give time to switch their machines over to another 3 competitors who will go at the very end. So the start list is sandwiched by 6 UAE competitors. Three at the start, and then we go through the regular start list all the way down to those who came the fastest yesterday, and then tagged on to the end are another 3 UAE competitors. So we're off with Paramotor Slalom here at Bornos in Spain. This is the PF class, the Paramotor foot launched. First pilots are in the air, so we cut to the first action, which is Abdallah Nasser from UAE. As I've just said, the first 3 will be the UAE pilots, and then the last 3 as well. Abdullah's steady start yesterday, 30th out of 37 and 25th in task 2. There you can hear the throttle being played with as he needs to control the height. So if you're not aware of paramotoring, the pilots have a throttle device in their hand. It tends to be the left hand as I see it, but some have it in their right hand. So that'll be a spring lever. And as you squeeze your hand, so you squeeze the lever in, and that applies the throttle. So you can hear in the effects mic the throttle being blipped. And that'll be the pilot squeezing his hand in and out as he finds the control. It's not a question of full-out throttle all the way through the slalom. You do have to temper, reduce your speed, which has the effect of creating a pendulum at times. If you're flying in a straight line and then you drop the throttle, you'll find that you will swing relative to the wing. And the best competitors will use that to their advantage. They'll pull themselves to the horizontal, and then if they drop the throttle, so they will go further forward in front of the wing. But if you're going around a turn, you'll want full throttle because you want the G effect, you want the centrifugal effect of the speed as you go around the turns. But you'll hear the throttle being blipped, and that's pilots trying to maintain altitude above the water. If they just squeeze the throttle, they'll climb into the sky, so they need to control that with perhaps the use of the speed bar, or also other methods, leaning forwards to counter the climbing action of applying the throttle. So next of the UAE competitors is Kames Al-Khabi. Didn't score in the first task and came 37 in the second, so he scored penalties. So his job this morning is to get some scores and get onto the leaderboard. Nice and steady. It's a bit of a lean on that pylon there on the left. Hope it's going to be okay. Perhaps the safety belt will go out and have a look in a moment. Meanwhile, steady control. Showing really good skills, just a little bit slower than the others. Good job, James. So they take off. They need to go pretty much in a straight line from where you're looking at the moment, over the land to a waiting area. Pilots join the waiting area from the top, and they will spiral down as other pilots below them leave to go and compete. So you may have 3 or 4 people in a waiting area. And as you get to the bottom of the waiting area, so you start looking out for your green flag to enter the course. So this is exactly what's happened to this competitor here. He will have gone through the waiting area. He will have spiraled to become the next in line. Received a green flag and then start his attack run. Rashid from UAE, third of the pilots to start the course from UAE. 26th, and then penalties in tasks 1 and 2 yesterday. So yeah, you can see the effect there of applying the throttle. He's climbed, gained some height, so he now needs to lose it because he needs to go through the finish gate no higher than the height of a pylon, which he's done. So it looks as though he will score. Just look at these conditions. If you are a paramotor pilot, are you jealous? I bet you are. Absolutely gorgeous weather conditions here this morning. I think that was Kaylee Biss from USA. Soon be able to tell because she's flying a disco wing, which is distinctive. In fact, you can see, yes, that's Kaylee. My favourite wing design of them all. Go. Squeeze the throttle and she's airborne. Kaylee, part of a strong USA team this year, 6 competitors in total, all in the PF class. Kaylee's been to Bornos before, and her ambition is to have some fun, but also to gain good experience and make her dad proud. Dad Jerry is here this week supporting her. And Kaylee certainly is making her dad proud. Performed extremely well yesterday and is going to build on that today. So we've 3 female competitors competing this year in the Open PF class, and we're looking forward to the first of the 3. This is Leah Cotullo from USA. Leah had some bad luck yesterday, making fun of her. She took it in a good way, but we were trying to make sure that she could actually find her way back to the car because she got lost yesterday on the course, went the wrong way, and was pretty angry with herself. So no doubt she would have been rehearsing twice as much this morning over her morning cup of coffee. Great control so far, Leah. Lovely turn as she goes across the course. I'm holding my breath because she's a good friend and I want her to get some points on the board. Stay low, get the speed, make sure you record your score. So her performance isn't over yet. She needs to get to the finish deck. She needs to land within regulation in the finish deck, which means that your first touch must be inside the deck for her score to count. We're all about safety here this week. This can be a sport with an edge of danger, so we do everything we can to make sure that what we can control is controlled. We penalise dangerous flying, we penalise dangerous activity on the deck. If you don't follow the rules going to and from the waiting area, again there's penalties. And it's not because we like giving people penalties, it's because we're protecting the pilots and we're making sure they fly just as safely as possible. 32, Stefan. Got a bit stuck there, Steph. Just taking a moment to control himself. But he's back on it and needs to go to the right-hand pylon as we look. Go anti-clockwise around it and then back to the centre pylon. Good recovery. Steph flying an ozone 5/6. It's an 18-metre wing. If you don't know about paramotoring, you can get different sizes of wings. And they are for different reasons. This is not a dedicated slalom wing because it's a little bit too big for that. So those further down the start list, the ones who are going to be competitive, will be flying smaller wings, getting down to 13 metre being the smallest wing that's being flown this week. There is a function regarding weight. A wing is designed and specified to carry a certain weight. So if you're a very lightweight pilot, you can fly a smaller wing, but if you're a heavier weight pilot, then you'll need to fly a larger one. And this is checked by the competition director during scrutineering that you are indeed flying to the specs of the wing. So local pilot Carlos, again with a standard wing. safely through. Carlos didn't score the first time round yesterday, but he came 24th in a solid performance in task number 2 yesterday. Number 7, Mosen from Qatar, just making last checks. Qatari team are carrying the same emblem in their wing. Successful inflation, and just a few steps. Very, very light wind today, so no wind to help you take off. So competitor number 2 in the female category is Kaylee. We saw her getting ready earlier. That beautiful disco wing. Great approach into the start gate. You need to be controlled, full speed, but also staying low to the water. And she comes towards the camera and does an anti-clockwise turn around the first pylon before she then goes through the course diagonally to the far pylon. Going clockwise 270 degrees around that pylon, a little bit wide on the pylon, but she's doing really great, good control. Needs to head to the bottom right hand corner of your screen now and go anti-clockwise around this pylon. Nice control, Kaylee. And last turn, full loop around the center. Just checking her height as she pulls into the turn, accelerates round. And stay low, Kaylee. Speed bar out as she misses the water. Phew! Nearly got a wet bum, Kaylee. But she should be fine and making a good score. Sorry for this short break. Just spotted a minor error in the scoring. They've been attributing the times to the wrong task, so they're going to be switching the times over. Currently, if you need to find the times for this task, you need to look on task 4 Aquila, which is wrong. It's a mistake. This is actually task 3 Aquarius. So stand by as that's corrected by the scoring team just behind me in the tent. So if you do follow the scores on dice.flights, you'll need to go currently to task 4 Aquila. Like I say, bit of an error, but we'll fix that. In the lead at the moment, Abdulrahman on 33.5, Abdallah Nasser on 46.2, and then Leah Catullo, the female pilot from USA, on 46.9. Khamis from 51.1 seconds, and then Kaylee, a very commendable 1 minute and 9 seconds this morning. we go through to competitor number 7, Musen. Up and down at performance yesterday, came 14th in the first task and then 37th, which means he gained penalties in the second. So his true form yesterday was about 14th in the running order, but his score slightly distorted by that 37th place due to penalties. Again, running a bit tight on the finish gate. Remember, if you get an FEX against your score, that means that you failed to exit the exit gate properly, and you'll score in the bottom of the table. So pilots need to make sure that they stay below the top of the height of the pylon as they go out the exit gate. So we've 37 competitors in the PF class. We're about a third of the way through, maybe a bit less. Looking forward to about an hour's more action this morning until we move back to the PL class. So one of the USA team members, Wallo Cadenas. Not allowed to call him William. Apparently that's his father's name. Talking to him yesterday, he wanted me to name check his cats. So if you're watching, Rizza and Jizza, let's watch Wallo as he goes around the course. (25th and 26th yesterday. Freely admits he's never done this before. Come here with a whole load of new equipment that he's not used to. So let's see if his scores improve during the week. Looks like that's Morgane, so that'll be the third female competitor. Morgane Planton from France, part of a husband and wife team, along with Cyril Planton. Morgane, the current world champion. Winner last year in Qatar. She is the world champion in the female class of this event. Next up, number 33, Timothée Stengel from France. 22nd and 29th in the first two tasks so far. And here we go. Let's follow the action with the first of the drone shots of the day. You are in the pilot seat as we come to understand just how difficult it is to navigate this course at high speed, a lot of the time at full throttle, feeling the G's, as you're going around one pilot, you're not thinking about the next one, but you're thinking about the one after that. Are you in the right place in the sky? Are you in the right place in the grid? Needs to drop down, which he's doing successfully now. Good on you, Tim. All stages of competition all going on at once. We've got people in the waiting area ready for the green flag to come into the course. We've got people flying circles in the waiting area, people taking off, people preparing their machines to take off. Meanwhile, we come back to competitor number 39, Mark from USA. Flying a Gin 22. Mark's a slightly taller guy, and when I say slightly taller, he's enormous. So needing to carry a bigger wing to accommodate the weight of pilot and machine. Definitely a disadvantage here with tight turns, and as the wind increases during the day, so the effect of the wind on the wing will make life more difficult for Mark, but he's doing pretty good so far as we follow in the passenger seat. Bit of a wobble. Was he thinking which way to go, perhaps? But no, he's gone the right way. Needs to go all the way around there and stay low. See the feet out on the speed bar, trying to counter the climb, which he does very successfully. So we're back to the scoring, which is on dice.flights. Pick the competition, which is 7 WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We're currently on the PF class. And I can see the scores have been switched over. So in the lead at the moment is Mohsen Al Yafe from Qatar with 35.2. Then Tim from France, 41.2. Abdullah, 46.2 from UAE. Sorting out a technical issue here in the scoring tent. So we've missed Daniel Jones from UK, compatriot of mine, but I'm obviously independent here, serving as a member of the jury, so I can't say, come on, Dan. Nobody heard me say that. Fairly new to this discipline of the sport, but Dan, a very accomplished paramotor pilot himself. He's competed in other formats of championship, but this is his first time here around the slalom course. Dan's been very consistent so far with 23rd and 23rd yesterday in the first two tasks. So if you're joining us, welcome. We are here at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships in Bornos in, I can say this morning, sunny Spain. It was overcast yesterday, but it's nice and sunny today. South Spain in the area of Andalusia, not too far from Jerez, or Jerez if you're English, not too far from Malaga as well. Centre of paramotoring excellence in the world and site of the 7th FAI official World Paramotor Slalom Championships this year. Local pilot Vincente going around the course. 18th in task 1 and 21st in task 2. part of a pretty strong Spanish team this week, with 8 competitors in total. Nice control, good finish. And head over to dice.flights. The technical hitch has been fixed. And click on PF, which is the Paramotor foot launch class. This is the class we're following at the moment. And then task number 3, Aquarius. And there you can see the times in near live. We have a couple of seconds delay before they are published. But already Vicente's score is up at 40.173. Catapulting him into second place. Big smiles from Ryan there from Texas, Team USA. Giving the engine a squirt to make sure that it's going to be nice and warm. Had breakfast with Ryan this morning. He's super happy. He's loving life. Really enjoying himself. So the third of the 3 female competitors and the current world champion, Morgane Planton from Team France. 21st and 19th in the first 2 so far. She's competing in the open class against all other competitors. Sadly, there's not enough female competitors to make an individual class this year. So Morgane beating a load of other competitors, including men, of course. Grace, elegance, speed, aggression in the turns. Having to correct there though, so she will have lost some time. And then needs to stay low for the finish. We have a system in place this year where once we've flown 5 tasks, which we expect to have done by about lunchtime today, then we drop the worst score of each competitor. So for the first 5 tasks, if you've messed up or if you've had to abort for safety reasons, then that worst score is discounted and competitors are ranked on their best 4 scores. Pylons have got a bit of a lean on them. It's normally due to wind, but there's not too much wind yet today. Conditions are still really good. As we see competitor 36 from Poland, Jakub. 16th and 17th yesterday. He's starting in 18th position today, so we're halfway through. We're running in reverse championship order, so those who were slowest went first this morning, and those who are faster are now coming up in the start list. Already you can see that the turns are tighter, the control of the height over water is tighter as the skill level increases, and so does the speed. And Jakub, 39.7 into second place. There's Chief Marshal Simon. He will only give you a green flag when he's happy. Ignore him at your peril, because then that's a penalty, possibly leading to disqualification. But the level of discipline is extremely high. This is a single task event where we fly the same task each morning, so pilots get used to the discipline and they tend to follow. They understand the rules, they understand why there are rules. And in fact, competition director Carmel is incredibly fair, where perhaps he could be giving penalties, so he gives people the benefit of the doubt. look at the slow-mo pictures of Jakob as he's going round the pylon. Be pulling on the control of the wing to force a turn, creating a pendulum effect. He will go to the near horizontal. It's pretty close to the water there, Jakob. We discouraged contact with the water, obviously, and he would have picked up a penalty had the wingtip hit the water. Would have been classed as a water touch, and we would have added 3 to his position. So if he finishes 10th, we would have added 3 to make him 13th. But he didn't get any penalties. If you're interested in the penalties, they are available in the local regulations on the official website, 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Head to the Rules and Regulations tab, and then you can download the local regulations. And on there is a list of all of the penalties. A wing collapse, touching the water, a failed entry, a failed exit, an error in the circuit, perhaps you've gone the wrong way, a DNF if you didn't fly, an open penalty, which is an incident, which is the right of the competition director. Should he decide that you have done something wrong, then he has the ability to give you a penalty. And then the 2 splashes. Fortunately, we've had none so far today. If you splash into the water with the engine cut, it's likely because you've had an engine failure. That's not so bad. And you will end up with being the end of the start list +2 because you have hit the water. If you get into the water with the engine still running, it's probably because you've made a mistake, and then you get N+5, so you end up bottom of the list +5. So Jakob, here we go, fighting to stay low as he goes through the finish gate. You can see the tendency is to climb because he's accelerating. He's got his feet out on the speed bar. You can see just as he goes through the gate, he brings his feet back in again, and that's because his feet are controlling this bar. But he's okay. He scored a time on dice dot flights, 39.744, currently in 3rd place. We're back, and we had a bit of a delay for wind, but it seems to have died down again. We're straight in with Johnson Q from United States of America. 13th and 18th so far in the first two tasks. Johnson safely through. So if you've just joined us, welcome. We're live. We're here transmitting from South Spain, from a place called Bornos, not too far from Malaga or from Sevilla, from Seville, in the Andalusia region of Spain. This is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, the official Paramotor Slalom Championships this year, to determine world champion in this, the Formula One event of paramotoring, paramotor slalom. High speed, high action. And let's go through with the next competitor, who is number 8 from France, Thomas Mignot. Thomas 17th and 11th so far. We're running in reverse order, so the slowest from yesterday started first. And as we're going through the start list, Thomas starts number 20, which means he was about 13th coming into the task this morning. This is task number 3, and Thomas is safely through. Great control as he goes through the finish gate. So welcome if you've just joined us. It's 20 past 10 local time here in Spain. We are live on Wednesday morning. Beautiful sunny day here in Spain. We had a little bit of wind to go through just a few moments ago, which gave us a 10-minute delay. But we're expecting and hoping for the weather to stay perfect for us until at least lunchtime, maybe 1 o'clock. Another 3 hours, we hope, of the action here from Bornos this morning. If you're new, if you've just joined us, this is Paramotor Slalom. We have 5 inflatable pylons arranged like the face of a dice, the number 5 on a dice. And the competition director decides which way the competitors are going to fly around the dice. And he's picked a pattern this morning, which is called Aquarius. Using 4 of the pylons, competitors enter through a start gate, fly through the 4 pylons in the predicted order, and then exit the finish gate before going off to land to make a score. Next in, Andre from Poland, 15th and 13th so far. Let's follow in the passenger seat as we watch the FPV first person view images going slaloming around the center pylon, a full clockwise turn around the far pylon, down the side of the track to do an anti-clockwise turn back to the center pylon, and a full anti-clockwise turn before full throttle, keep the height down and out the start finish gate. Good stuff, Andre. The official scoring can be found on the official software website for the competition, which is at dice.flights, dice.flights. Pick the competition, which is 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And we're currently watching the PF class, the Paramotor Foot Launched class. So click on the tab for PF, and then we are on task number 3, which is Aquarius, and there you will see the live times for this task. if you've just joined, we're on the lake side here in Bornos, so Lake Bornos. Just off camera to the right hand side, you can see there the takeoff and landing deck. And the next competitor waving, getting ready before they are given the green flag to get into the air. So we have a green takeoff and landing area, and then a line of tents and other supply vehicles, medical services. Food truck, pleased to say, has turned up this morning, servicing the 100 or so people who are on site, made up of 57 competitors from around the world, number of helpers, assistants, mechanics. But let's switch over to number 38, Ryan Glolka from Texas. Ryan's new to this format. He came 19th in the first task yesterday morning and then 9th overall in the second task. So there's clearly some skill and some training gone in here. And look at the turn, extremely tight round turn 3. Must go to the centre pylon and a full turn around the pylon before exiting the finish gate. Beautiful control, Ryan. Excellent skills on display. Ryan's being proudly followed by his dad back in stateside. So Dad, if you're watching, Dave Glolka. Hi, welcome from the other side of the pond in Europe, here in sunny Spain. Sun done good. And my guess is that Ryan's going to be above 9th place. He certainly goes into first place with 31.027 so far. He's 22nd in the list with another, 13, perhaps 12 to go of the top competitors. And then the sandwich of the UAE pilots filling the last 3 spots. We've got the team from UAE. They haven't got enough engines for the pilots, so we're putting them 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then 35th, 36th, 37th, so that they can share machines. Number 29, Carol from Czech Republic, 12th and 16th so far. A little bit high on the first turn, but he's doing okay. Swinging round, feeling the G's. His own personal roller coaster. Gained way too much height there. You're going to lose speed. You need to stay closer to the ground. Coming to the last turn, which will be an anti-clockwise near 360. And good control, good speed by use, going out of the finish. Carol flying a Dudek Snake 4, Dudek being one of the sponsors of the event this year. So that's Dudek Paramotors from Poland. My very good friend Wojtek Domanski. Shout out to Wojtek, wish you were here. Dudek, the canopy sponsor for the event this year. Thank you very much for your generous support. We've a number of other supporters, Vitorazzi Engines in the engine category and Liberty in the chassis category. Liberty owner Carlos here on site with us all week. Strong and ardent supporter of the sport. Was telling me that his company has already invested tens of thousands of euros this year in the sport in order to promote it. And he spent the week before this competition travelling the world promoting the sport, and he's off again next week to, I think it's Argentina, along with Vitorazzi Motors, to spread the message and to build markets for the sport. Next up, Alois, number 12 from Czech Republic. 11th and 15th so far. The distinctive tone of the Sky engine, flying a Skyboxer 200. Alois competed here in 2023 in the 5th World Championships, finishing 16th, and then came to Qatar last year where he finished 17th, so looking to improve on that, and that's a very, very solid performance indeed. time of 31.02 to beat at the moment by Ryan from Texas, USA. Alois only managed 5th, 34.743. So still top of the leaderboard, Ryan Glauca from USA, followed by Abdulrahman Gawas from Qatar and Thomas Mignot from France. On now with Severin Sobczak from Poland. I was asking how to pronounce his name. He said, use aggression. He said, we are Polish, we are unhappy. And he's certainly being aggressive now. Come on, Severin. Fantastic roll rate as he crosses from one side to the other. Wingtip staying low to the ground. Amazing, perfect turn. Just a metre or two away from the pylon. Coming into the last turn around the centre pylon and out through the finish gate. So we reverse championship order. 9 more of the top competitors to go, followed by the 3 from UAE. So action hotting up as we have the world's best slalom pilots here in Bornos this year. Number 37, Marcin from Poland, 9th and 10th in tasks 1 and 2. (16-metre Dudek Snake 4). And a Polini Thor 250. Way nearly got his bum wet, but he's all right. And a very fast time from Marcin. Head over to dice.flights. Dice.flights, official sponsor in the software category, and they are providing the scoring this year. Find our competition, 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And this is the PF class, the Paramotor Foot Launched. Task 3, called Aquarius. So Severin into second place, 31.335. Ryan holding on to first for the time being on 31.027. Erzy from Czech Republic, 7th and 8th in the first 2 tasks, going very high in the beginning of the course. That's not going to help his time. There's an imaginary line going up from the centre of the pylon skywards, and the whole of the paramotor must pass around the outside of that centre line. So even though he's above the height of the pylon, that's okay, so long as he respects the position of the pylon. So you'll find an immediate live time on dice.flights, but they are provisional because then each performance is reviewed by the competition director, Kamil Manchowski from Poland, and his chief scorer Marcin. And if there are to be penalties, then they will be added before the score is declared official. So Ryan knocked from the top post by Erzy, 30.382, now the time to beat. With Ryan now demoted to second place, 31.027, and Severin 31.3. Quick look of competitor number 3, Lubasz Halama from Czech, but we switch to Cyril Planton, part of the husband-wife team with his world champion wife Morgane. Cyril from Team France. Very strong 6th and 7th so far. Going very high on that pylon. Converting to speed. Listen to the sound as he races through the sky. Onto the last pylon, an anti-clockwise turn, full speed bar, and a beautiful finish. Cyril, no stranger at all to these competitions, finishing 7th in the world in 2023 and 7th again in 2024. So 6 more of the elite competitors left. This is sixth to go is Luboš Halama from Czech Republic. 8th in the first task yesterday. 3rd in the second task. So round first pylon. Figure S round the centre pylon. Round the third pylon. Down the far side of the course to do an anti-clockwise round the fourth pylon. Back to the centre. Continuing the anti-clockwise and then into the finish gate. Quick. Speeds are increasing. Times are tumbling. Will he be the first sub-30 in the PF class today? So Cyril, 29.49 was the first. Luboš, 28.256. A whole 1.2 seconds faster than Cyril. That's a lifetime at this level. As we turn up the gas to 11 with the 5th best pilot from yesterday, Saeed from Qatar, 5th and 6th in the first 2 tasks. All the way around the first pylon before crossing diagonally across the course, using the centre as a chicane, clockwise round second pylon and then along the far side of the course, anti-clockwise. Look at the control, look at the speed. Back to the centre pylon, 270 into the final gate. Did he let up the throttle once? That was an amazing performance. We had 0.3 of a second between the top 4 places in one of the tasks yesterday. Next up is Isa Al-Hajaji from Qatar. 3rd and 5th yesterday from the very strong team from Qatar this year. 4 more to go. Asa, the 4th of the 4 to go from the elite team. Issa 2nd in the world in 2024 coming into this championship. Gasps of amazement from the scoring tent behind me as Issa posts an incredible time, 28.256 to beat. Saeed came in at 26.924. And Issa straight into the top at 26.092. The times, they are a-tumbling. Three more competitors in the Elite League. Number 9's been called out, Aleš Triml from Czech Republic, 2nd in the first task, 4th in the second task. The amazing time of 26.092 to beat. Great overhead shot. You see the S-turn as he goes to the far pylon. Needs to go now across the far side of the course. Anti-clockwise to then come into the centre pylon. This is incredibly quick. Look at the control. Look at the height. It barely changes throughout the whole course. Aleš, 26.09 to beat. And he's done it. 25.553. Aleš in first place in this task number 3. Guaranteed a podium place, 1, 2, 3 in this task. Don't forget, all scores are cumulative. They all count towards the finals on Saturday. Number 2, Jeremy Benon, 2nd fastest yesterday. 4th in task 1, 2nd in task 2. Hot favourite for podium. Figure S round the course, and then off to the top left-hand side. Went a bit wide there, Jeremy. Might have lost the points of seconds that are necessary. Back to the middle. Beautiful turn round the centre pylon and out. .553 to beat. And he doesn't make it. That slight error and the gain in height. He's 25.592, 4/100ths of a second behind. So currently taking honours, Aleš Trimel from Czech Republic, followed by Jeremy Penon from France and Asa Al-Hajaji from Qatar. But we have one more of the elite to go. Last but not least, current world champion, Bartosz Nowiecki from Poland. The time, 25.553 to beat. S turn to the far pylon, over to the top left pylon. He's on rails. He's centimetres away from the pylon, throwing his body, using every available resource, and out the finish gate. I wish I could speak Polish because I have the chief scorer behind me. I thought so. 26.136. 4th place for Bartosz. So subject to confirmation. And with 3 from the UAE still to go, though I don't think they're going to affect the top scores. The results for task number 3, Aquarius, in the PF class. First place, Aleš Trimel from Czech Republic, 25.5. Second place from France, Jeremy Penon, 25.59. Need to say 25.55 for Aleš. And third from Qatar, Asa Al-Hajaji, 26.092. Soaking in the amazing images from KTO Productions, the slow-mo replays of Bartosz, but only 4th place. As we go through the final 3 competitors in the start list from UAE. Remember, if you've just joined us, we've a UAE team with 6 pilots and 3 machines. So we have them go first in the start list and then give them time to switch over and then go last in the start list. So this is the first of the 3 from UAE. This is Mohammed, in 29th, and then penalties to gain 37th this morning. Whew. Bit of a come down from that excitement there. So the weather seems to be stable again. The wind seems to have dropped. So we'll be carrying on with the action. Going back into the PL class. That's the Paramotor Land Trike. And we'll be moving on to task number 4, which will be following a different pattern. And we'll be using the Aquila pattern for task 4. Stark reminder of the speeds we've been seeing with the elite athletes just now. Mohammed, perfectly competent pilot, went through very safely. Nevertheless, not going to be endangering the top of the leaderboard. As we get an official message from the competition organizer that we'll be taking a short break before we come back in a few moments' time with task number 4 of this, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. We are clearly respecting our environment and trying to fit in seamlessly into the town of Bornos. We're very, very grateful for their support. delighted to welcome the Mayor to our opening ceremony on Sunday night this week. And he welcomes us every year. This is a boost to the local economy. And we're delighted to say we're on the edge of the lake. We're not near the housing, so perhaps if you don't enjoy the sweet music of two-stroke paramotor engines, then we're not bothering you. And we do everything we can to leave the site as we find it. And we're subject to controls, obviously. And we've welcomed the environmental control officer here on site this morning, so the competition director's having to spend a few minutes talking with him. So we take a few minutes break, and we'll be coming back with task number 4, which will be the Aquila pattern. If you want to do some reading while you're away, well, you can look us up on our official website, 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship.com. And we're part of the International Federation for Air Sports, the FAI, the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. So you could look them up on fai.org. FAI is split into a number of different commissions, and we belong to the Microlight and Paramotor Commission called SEMA. So have a look through the FAI website and you'll find the SEMA subsection, and you can have a read all about our sport and what we do to promote the sport of paramotoring. Not just this Paramotor Slalom, but there are other versions of paramotor events. There's Paramotor Endurance and then the classic Paramotor Championships as well. And to break a secret, there may be another new format coming in the near future, being pioneered by the French, called Paramotor Slalom. So as we have a break, we can look at the next pattern, which is going to be Aquila. And Geordie from KTO Productions has, sitting on my right hand side, put the graphic up on the screen. So we've got another 4 pylon event. Look to the bottom of the screen, you can see the SF, which is the start-finish gate. So from start, you go immediately left to the bottom left-hand pylon, and you do a near 360 to 270 turn through Essing past the centre pylon to the far top right pylon. Another 270 left-hand turn, so the left-hand turns are blue, down to the bottom right pylon. Quick skip round there, and then back to the middle, all the way around the middle, and then to the finish gate. So next pattern will be Aquila. If you're following on the official scoring website, that's dice.flights. You'll need to prepare yourself by going to the next class to be flown, which is the PL class, and then click on the link. Task 4, Aquila, and you'll be seeing the live scores as they come in. Meanwhile, we're going to have a few minutes break while we talk to the environmental control officer, and we'll be back just as soon as the action starts in a few minutes' time.
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, 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 so go off, go off, go When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, 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 so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go run out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off.
We're off. Welcome back. We're in the middle of the PL class now with the first competitor, Milan Clément, starting round number 4 of this, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos in Spain. Hello, welcome. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, Spanish time. We are transmitting live from southern Spain, the region of Andalusia, next to a big lake called the Lake Bornos, Lago de Bornos. And this is the official World Championships of Paramotor Slalom 2025, overseen by the International Federation, the FAI. We are going to be finding the official world champions by Saturday of this week. Stick with us, we've got another 4 days of action, of intense, exciting, adrenaline-filled speed as paramotor pilots work their way through various designs of slalom course based on this, the 5-pylon design that you can see here in the middle of the lake at Lake Bornos. This is the second competitor in the PL class. We've already flown one task this morning, and this is now task number 4 in the competition, but the second task so far this morning. This is Lukáš from Czech Republic, as he just slows down to go through the finish gate. Lukáš 18th, 18th and 15th so far in the first 3 tasks. So welcome, thanks for joining us. It's an absolutely wonderful day here in southern Spain. Conditions are near perfect. We've had a few minutes break for weather so far this morning, but it's looking good, and we're expecting to be here for hopefully the next couple of hours. The plan is to fly this, which is task number 4. In both classes, we've got the PL class, the Paramotor Land Trike. So that's the one with wheels. A picture here of a PL Paramotor Trike. And then afterwards we'll have the foot-launched. A total of 57 competitors from around the world. 10 countries represented, one of which being Spain, number 53, Pablo, coming in now. Part of a team of 8 Spaniards here flying in their local competition, which is also the international competition. Pablo came 12th just now this morning in the task we flew earlier on. As we all get used to a new pattern, this is the 4th pattern to be used so far in the last 2 days of official competition. We had 2 days before of training, and this, the Aquila pattern, using 4 of the pylons. You go through the start-finish gate and turn left to the bottom left pylon, all the way around that, diagonally across the course, using the center pylon as a slalom to the far side of the course, and then track down one length of it, approximately 70 meters, to go round another outside pylon, back to the center pylon, and then out of the finish gate. Action everywhere you look, with another competitor coming in to the gate now. It's 55, Thibault Line from France. 18th, 12th and 13th so far in the competition. We hope to have a full day today of 3 tasks, and then we've 3 more days of flying after today, and all of the scores from all of the tasks are counted. And here we go, first splash of the morning. Looks as though pilot has survived nicely. Lapse in concentration, going around the corner, didn't quite have enough height, and he's got wet. So he's done absolutely the right thing, which is abort. And he will now make his way back to the landing deck to be checked over by the complete medical team that we have here waiting. He'll get a penalty for that. That will be a water touch. But that's the least of his problems. See, just overcooked it and tried to recover at the last minute, and the left wheel hit the water, but he looks to be okay. Excellent recovery, brilliant control, well done. But of course he won't have gone through the exit gate, so he won't have scored a time. Unfortunately, that means that he will be scoring maximum points for that task, which will be 18. There we go. The view of the entire competition site. You can see the pylons in the front, but also at the back you can see a large white tent. That's the team tent where all the competitors are keeping their equipment. And then over on the right hand side are other installations. Some of the teams have brought their own tents. And then further right, 2 white pointy tents. That's us. If I waved, you'd be able to see me. But that's us with the landing and takeoff deck, the green field behind. And there out in the distance is the town of Bornos, making up a beautiful sight here on a fantastic day of flying. '52, Oscar Robles from Spain. Just showing how close he can get to the water and scaring us all before he's even started. But he's off and away. So let's see if we can follow him round. He needs to go left and do an anti-clockwise left-hand turn around the far pylon. That'll be a 270 turn as he then crosses diagonally across the course using the centre pylon as a chicane. Needs to turn right now and go left around the next pylon. He can regroup and fly a circle and come back into the course. That's okay. It's just time that he's losing now. So he's had to do that. He missed the first time round. He's had to then correct, but he's going the correct way now. Left around that pylon. And then down the far side of the course. So to the pylon that's in the top of the screen at the moment, and he will need to do a right-hand turn, a clockwise turn around there. Yeah, the top pilots make it look easy, but I promise you it absolutely is not. Oscar, very good pilot, just not used to the high adrenaline, high speed of Paramotor Slalom. But he's made it back to the middle. He needs to go all the way around the middle pylon. Make his way out of the start-finish gate at a height not above the pylon. But it's not over. He needs to come back to the start-finish deck, land successfully within the deck, and then his score will be counted. We've had variable weather so far this morning. You can see that lightweight sensitive windsock just fluttering in the wind at the moment. It's great conditions so far. Bornos is known for its microclimate. It's what's made it one of the centres in the world for Paramotor Slalom, as we tend to enjoy great flying conditions from sunrise, which was around 8:30 this morning, until maybe lunchtime, 1 or 2 o'clock if we're lucky, where the wind will change direction, the sun will take over, and it will become more windy. So from Team Finland, number 50, Mika Virolainen, 18th, 13th and 16th so far. Was getting some coaching from his friend Toon from the Belgian team earlier on yesterday. It's all about throttle control. Full throttle round the corner to use the centrifugal force and the pendulum effect. But then you can hear him just correcting as he needs to control his height, put his feet on the speed bar to bring the paramotor back down to water. Mika taking a bit of a detour, but he's made it and through the finish gate. We're using an extremely expensive piece of equipment here, kindly loaned by the Qatari team. Speed gun accurate to 1/1000th of a second, which is trained on the start-finish gate. And as somebody breaks the beam of the speed gun, so the timer starts or finishes, but also takes a photo, so we can guarantee that we've got it right, we've scored the right person. And for that to happen, you need to go through the start-finish gate at a particular height, in a particular window of height. And it's been set as the top of the pylon. From France, Gaëtan. Messed up the first task, came 18th, but then 3rd and 5th in the next two tasks. Beautiful roll as he goes round the next pylon. Needs to go to the far left as we're looking now. Back to the centre pylon. All the way round and through the finish. Another good performance by Gaëtan. So you're wanting to know how fast are they going. If you just joined us, go to dice.flights, dice.flights. So named because it looks like the number 5 on the face of a dice. Find our competition, 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship. Click on the category that we're following at the moment, which is the PL category, Paramotor Land Trike. And then we're on task number 4, Aquila. And you will see the live times as the pilots cross through the start-finish gate. Currently fastest time, 29.8 from Milan in Czech Republic, followed by Gaëtan with 30.4 and Lucas with 35.6. Number 51 from Spain, former world champion at this event, Ramon Morillas. Teaches people the skills necessary to compete at this level. Beautiful height control, getting very close to the water with that left wheel. Needs to go around that far pylon, back to the center pylon. Perform a 180 and through the start-finish gate. Just correcting himself as he goes through. And then full speed to finish. I've known Ramon a long time. I was also working at the International Federation, the FAI, when Ramon submitted a world record claim for flying quite a long way. And I do forget the details, I should look it up really, but I believe it was something like 1,100 kilometers by paramotor, that's foot-launched paramotor, in one single flight. I'll have to go and scoot out and remind myself of the details, but I believe it was something like 13 hours of flying. So that's Ramon Morillas, former world champion and world record holder, safely through. Number 58, Ibrahim from Qatar. 9th and 10th so far in the 3 events that we've had. Combination of a Dudek Snake 4 and a Sky Engines 150. All being carried by a Liberty Paramotors chassis. Liberty being one of the sponsors of the event this year. Nicely done, well done Ibrahim. So Liberty being one of the sponsors, and Carlos, the owner of the company, is supporting us all week by helping his sponsored pilots, but also doing what Carlos does, which is being absolutely passionate about the sport and promoting it in any way he possibly can. So I just saw Mathieu from France helping with one of the competitors to start his engine. It's perfectly allowed. If you're a registered team assistant or mechanic, then you're able to help one of your competitors to start. So, competitor 56, Michal from Poland, 5th, 10th and then 14th just now this morning. A little bit of a correction, but he's doing okay. Needs to go to the far left pylon as we're looking right now, and then swing round to the middle pylon. Just hear the throttle control as he's squeezing gently to... It's the equilibrium between full power, which will make you climb, but also needing to get the speed as well. But he's done it. He's through. And head over to dice.flights for the updated scores. Time to beat so far, 29.86 from Milan Clément from Czech Republic. And Michel coming in on 5th at 38.585. So Czech from France, from Czech, as we go through to the next competitor with only 6 more to go. Remember, we're in reverse order. So getting faster all the time. Having said that, this is Martin Carpio from Spain. He's broken the start list order, so he must have had some technical issue which stopped him from his first takeoff being successful. That's fine. He gets 3 goes at taking off, but then he gets inserted into the order just as quickly as possible. Good friend of mine, Martin, originally from Australia, been living in Spain now a very long time. He is the official delegate to Spain for the International Commission, SEMA. So if you're living in Spain or wish to support Spanish paramotoring and you have some ideas to help us contribute to the sport, Martin's your guy. And he will then come and represent you at the international competition, at the International Commission. Martin safely through, needs to go through the boys to close out his time and then return back safely to mark his score. So I make that 6 to go. Back on the official list. So we've got competitor 49, Abdurrahman Mohammed from Qatar. 6th, 8th and 9th so far.
48.
Nope, with another break in the start list, so it's 48, which is Ibrahim Al-Khal from Qatar, 9th, 9th and 10th so far. I beg your pardon, it's me making a mistake here. It's Thomas Goltzer from France. 4, 6 and 7 so far. Just the centre pylon all the way around and then back out the start finish. I predict a very fast time indeed from Thomas. 29.86 to beat. Head over to dice.flights if you want to follow along the official scores. Thomas into 4th place with 35.911. Leaderboard unchanged. Milan Clément from Czech, 29.86. Gaëtan Magnon from France, 30.42. And then Lucas from Czech Republic, 35 seconds. This is just task 4 of what we hope to be, we don't know, maybe 7 or 8 tasks, depending on the weather this week. All scores count. As we move into top 5, Yann Ludière from France, 7th and 8th so far in the competition. Great controlled turn around there. Just a slight correction as he goes into the vertical. But he's okay all the way around the center pylon. And speed bar goes back in, throttle comes off. He converts forward speed for a little bit of altitude as he makes his way back to the start-finish deck. And into third place, 35.449 for Jan Ludier from France. So Lucas from Czech Republic relegated down to fourth. And we have Czech, France and France, the top of the leaderboard for this task number 4. Abdurrahman Mohammed from Qatar, 6th, 8th and 9th from the first 3 tasks. Off to the far left, back to the centre. Just having to correct. You don't want to gain too much height, but then you can dive down, speed bar out and across the line. So if you're new, welcome. If you heard me talk about the speed bar, then it's a device used by the feet. So it'll be usually an aluminium pole or maybe even a carbon fibre pole, which is connected to the control lines of the wing. And as you push your feet forward on the speed bar, so it changes the profile of the wing, changes the angle of attack, and makes you go faster, which is why it's called a speed bar. So you'll see at the moment, as the pilot comes in, he will have the speed bar fully out, looks as though he's standing on it, and then he will be retracting it and stretching it during the race as per his tactics. Wow, way over the horizontal there. Gaining control. Boris from France. And again, stretching, standing up in the trike to get the maximum speed he possibly can. 2nd, 4th and 4th so far in the championship. Was that enough to beat 29.86 of Milan? Yes, it is. 29.360. Boris goes into the number 1 spot so far. Boris has been competing for many, many years now. He took part in the 2023 World Championships here in Bornos, came 2nd, and then went to Qatar last year and came 3rd. One of the French pilots using a McFly chassis this year. McFly being run by Alex and Marie Mateos. Alex, a former world champion in this sport as well. On to Ibrahim Hussein. 1st, 2nd and 2nd. Top of the leaderboard as he comes into task number 4. Listen to him correct. And throw himself around the sky. Very high Gs, pulling 2.5 to 3 Gs as he's hitting the tight turns. Off to the centre and must go out. Look how tight that turn was. And another successful run by Ibrahim. Current leader in the competition. And 2nd place in the world, having come 2nd in the 6th World Paramotor Slalom Championships last year in Qatar. And no surprise, jumps to the top of the leaderboard with 28.68 seconds, pushing Boris down to 2nd and Milan from Czech Republic in 3rd place. Speeds vary, but they could be hitting as much as 100 kilometers per hour as they're going around the course. The more the turns, the tighter the turns, obviously the slower overall speed. Look at him working hard, legs in, legs out. He's taking his feet off the speed bar as he goes around the corner, which will create a pendulum effect. It will slightly slow the wing, which will force his body out and around into the horizontal position. And then as he comes out of the turn, so he needs the speed. And the bar comes out again. Full throttle. You've got to resist the trike wanting to climb. You can see him just battling the controls. And speed bar back in as he's coming back around the corner. Great shots here from the media producers, KTO Productions, and my friend Geordie on my right-hand side. Had a minor technical hitch with the media production in the last half hour. We've got 2 drones this week. Unfortunately, one of them's decided to go for a swim, so we are in drone recovery mode as we try to find the second drone so we can bring first-person view shots for you perhaps later in the day. Just need to find this blinking drone first. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Just waiting for confirmation that that's the end of the class, because we've at least one competitor who's not flown, but it may be that they've had a technical issue of some sort. Yep, I can hear the sound of a paramotor in the sky, so this is the guy I'm waiting for. This is Václav Prochaska from Czech Republic. Form so far 3 and 5 and 6. Václav 9th last year in Qatar and 7th here in 2023. Wingtip close to the water as he gets maximum speed round that turn. And final turn, get as close as you can to the water, but don't go too close, thanks very much. And performing a turn as he goes through the gate, but that's okay. So long as his time is recorded, he breaks the beam of the speed gun. All that's left now is for him to come back to the green takeoff and landing deck. So that, I think, concludes the PL class. So that's 4 successful tasks for PL. Yeah, Václav goes 5th. So the provisional results, they need to be confirmed, penalties applied if necessary. But the provisional results for task 4 for PL2 is Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar, first, 28.687. Boris Tisbert from France, 29.36. And then Milan Clement from Czech Republic, 29.866. So 1.2 seconds gap between first and third. And that concludes the action for PL for the day. Oh no, I beg your pardon, no it doesn't. We're hoping to fly another task after this. So that's been task 2 of hopefully 3 tasks today. But now we'll switch over to the foot launch class. Great pictures of the deck. It's very closely controlled because a lot of pilots need to take off at the same time, and it's limited access. You can't just walk around the deck if you want to, obviously, but team assistants are able to help. And we're looking at one of the UAE pilots. I know that to be Abdallah, number 20. He's got 2 stickers on his helmet because, if you've been listening earlier, the team from UAE, there are 6 pilots, 3 machines. So they fill the first 3 spots in the starting list and then the last 3 spots to enable the competitors to switch machines and take part. Carlos from Spain. Vamos, Carlos! So a bit of a break for everybody involved. It's hard work for not just the pilots, but also everybody else included. Of course, using the same task as with the PL, we carry on with PF. So Aquila, if you want to follow through with a printed version of this diagram, go to our official website, 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Look for the link to rules and regulations. There you can read the local regulations, which are the rules that we're following this week. And at the back of that document, you've got the whole list of all of the different patterns that we'll be using this week. All been given names by competition director Kamo Manchovsky, and he's decided to call this one Aquila. It's a 4-pylon pattern, same as the PL that we've been using just now. Blue turns are left anti-clockwise, red turns are right clockwise. This one's a high-speed course with long stretches as competitors go from one diagonal to the other. Pylons are about 70 meters apart. And on a long stretch, speeds might reach 80, 90 kilometers per hour, perhaps 100 in perfect situation. No, he's not doing Pilates. He's practicing. He's going through in his head the pattern that's going to be used this morning, just to make sure he goes in the right direction. So we're off with the first of the UAE pilots. This is indeed Abdallah from UAE. Had the great pleasure of meeting him earlier this year at the Oman Beach Games, where he was the winner. Very commendable 23rd in the last task this morning, task number 3. And displaying some of the skills that made him Omani Beach Games champion earlier in the year. Congratulations, Abdullah. Needs to go round the middle pylon, which is the one he's approaching now. He's gone very wide, but heading for the finish gate, stretching his feet out with the speed bar, and a good solid run by Abdallah. And he'll be delighted to know that he's currently top of the leaderboard. Head over to dice.flights. D-I-C-E, dice.flights. Find our competition, 7WPSC. We're now in the PF class, the Paramotor Football. And this is task number 4, Aquila. And I'm looking at the leaderboard. There's only one person there so far. It is Abdullah with a time of 50.89 seconds. He won't be last with that score, that's for sure. But his compatriot, Kamis Al-Khabi from UAE, in the course now. Yet to post a good score. Sadly, penalties in the first 2 runs. So let's go carefully and constantly and get some points on the board. Kamis flying an ozone free ride 2, a 15-meter wing. So all the wings have to be scrutinized, and that will have been done on Saturday earlier this week. Sizes are measured using laser measures to make sure that they are indeed the wings that are being presented and that they are as per spec. And then pilots and equipment are also weighed, because wings are specified to carry a certain load, and obviously all flights must be in accordance with manufacturer's specification. So those who are of a slightly larger disposition are flying bigger wings because that's needed to carry their weight. And we've got a few jockeys here this week. Some very, very thin, lightweight guys and girls. And they're then able to benefit from using the smaller wing and the higher speeds. 19 Leah, so did a good run last time, got some points, having made a couple of mistakes first time. So rooting for Leah. Safely round first as she squeezes into chicane to the far corner of the course. This is looking better, Leah. Well done. Excellent height control. She won't mind me saying she's gone the right way this time. Just the middle pylon to go in a clockwise direction. And through the finish gate. Good stuff, Leah. That will have calmed the nerves, and she's building now on her excellent start this morning. And as she said to me only a few minutes ago, things can only get better from here. Bit of a shaky start. 24th in the task 3, and I've absolutely no doubt she's going to be at least that good, if not better, this time round. Good stuff, Leah. Next in is the third of the pilots from UAE. The first half of the sandwich. That being UAE first, UAE last, and then the regular start list in between. Starting his attack run now. 24 from UAE, Rashid Al Samahi. 26th in the first task, but then has faded since, coming 39th and 38th after penalties. So into the chicane part, needs to take a right-hand turn. Not entirely sure he's flown that course in the correct direction, but I could be wrong. Let's wait and see on the official scoring dice.flights to see how Rashid did. Just querying a score, seems to be a bit quick on dice.flights, so we'll have a look into that. All scores are recorded, all flights are videoed, and in case of any queries and questions which competitors can legitimately raise afterwards, but let's get to that later. This is Kaylee Biss from USA, one of 3 female pilots, along with Leah and Morgan Planton from France. Kaylee's been here before to Bornos, showing great skill. I love this wing, what a fantastic colour. Going a little wide. Needing to take a clockwise turn around that pylon before going back to the centre, and a clockwise turn. And then heading full speed to the Get the speed bar right, Kaylee. Good stuff. Stay dry. And nicely through. Kaylee posting solid scores so far, 28th, 28th and 30th. She'll be looking to post another good score from that run. So minor error in the scoring corrected. One of the competitors was given a time that was way too fast, which means I'm pleased to say that Leah Cotullo is currently leading with 42.027. Local pilot Carlos Tirado picked up penalties in round 1, came 24th in round 2, and again picked up penalties in round 3, so he needs to be looking to calm the nerves and stay in control, which looks to be the case this time round. Into the middle, clockwise around the middle. And out the start finish. Stay low, Carlos, stay low. So there is a certain height limit to the start finish gates, if you haven't been listening before, which is the top of the pylons. The pylons are about 9 meters high. And our scoring equipment has been set up that you need to be 9 meters or lower in order to gain a score. I think that was Tim, wasn't it? Tim Stengel? So if you've just joined us, welcome. This is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships, live from Bornos in Spain. It's 11:45 in the morning here on Wednesday morning. This is the official World Championships for Paramotor Slalom as we look at Abdelrahman Gavas from Team Qatar. Starting early on in the start list because of his first run yesterday morning where he failed to score a good score. But then 14th and 12th since then. Just having to correct as he's going round that next pylon. And through the finish gate. Yeah. We're in reverse championship order. Slowest first, fastest last. And he's only this low down the scoring because of his error in his first task. Certainly a lot faster than his start list position shows. Number 32, Steph Fontana from France. Disappointing performances so far, so let's see how he gets on here. Huge intake of breath from behind me as it looked as though he was going to be one of the inductees to what we call the Bornos Swimming Club, should people get wet, but no, he's okay. Going a little bit high around that pylon. You can see his legs working overtime as he's using the speed bar, and he'll pull the bar out. You see his legs extend forward as he tries to stay low enough to record a score. So we'll have to check back on Steph on dice dot flights to see if he did indeed get low enough. Meanwhile, there's been changes to the leaderboard with Abdelrahman Gavas going 33.432, and then Carlos Tirado 41 and Leah Cotullo in 42.02. Number 7, Mosan from Qatar. Again, another poor score means he's starting low down, but he should be... His form is about 14th or 15th. Yep, nothing wrong with that. And sure enough, goes to the top of the leaderboard with 32.168. So currently, Qatar in first and second places, with Carlos Torrado from Spain in third. So while we wait for the next competitor, we've got action all over the place. We've got pilots taking off from the start deck, as you can see here. They then fly off to a waiting area until it's their time, and then they're called in by green flag, much like Wallow's just been called in now. And they start their attack run. Wallow from USA. New to this activity, but improving dramatically every time. No shortage of attitude and aggression as he goes round the second to last pylon. Needs to continue in an arc around in a clockwise direction. I can hear full throttle. He's going to lose his time. Oh, he might have got in at the end if he's dipped his toes down. So again, head over to dice.flights and navigate through, and you'll be able to see Wallow's time. And yep, it's been confirmed he missed the exit gate, so he's going to score 0 for this task. All that hard work, Wallow. With 37 competitors in this class, we're about a third of the way through now, with Tim Stengel from France. 22nd, 29th, and again 22nd in the first 3 events. This is event number 4 of the official World Championships, hoping to get maybe 7, 8, 9 events by the end of the week. We've also got another class called the Racing Teams class to fit in. So we've got today, and then flying Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Tim's just working the throttle to make sure he keeps low to the water. And he's ballooned up there, unfortunately, which is going to cost him some time. But he's regained composure. Now it's time for full throttle, full speed bar. See his legs extend out in front of him, leaning forward in the paramotor, and he's away. Time to beat 32.168. And Tim goes third with a time of 40.59. So the scoring is simple. It's fastest first. If you finish faster than everybody else after all penalties, then you'll get 1 point for finishing first. And the winner at the end of the week is the person with the lowest points. And there's a system for draws if people have got the same points at the end of the week. We then do a count back, including who out of the people drawing scored more victories over the other. And then it gets a bit more complicated after that if the scores are still tied. But let's move over to Mark from USA. Performing very solidly, 24th and 22nd in 2 of the events we've had so far. Mark's a tall guy. Perhaps you can notice the size of the wing. That's a 22-meter wing that Mark's flying. It's a gin carve. It's not so windy today, but it would certainly act as a big sail, like a sailing boat sail, if it were windy conditions. And Mark controlling the 22 meters extremely well, and definitely, in my eyes, has gone through the finish gate correctly. Leaderboard unchanged. Mark coming in at 6th, 43.92. So still top of the tables are Mohsen from Qatar, Abdulrahman from Qatar, and then Tim from France. As we see the UK team, Dan Jones, only team member from the UK this year. His first time at this level. Made a mess of the last task, so he's looking to repeat earlier tasks where he came 23rd and 23rd. Off to the far left, all the way around the far left. And back to the middle. It's looking good from Dan. Make sure you register your score, Dan. Yeah, you can just hear him coming off the throttle just to ensure that he stays low. And that looks good to me. Great guy, Dan. I predict a very bright future in this championship, in this competition with Dan. As he gains experience, he's got the attitude, he's got the ability. Just needs the experience now, and then I'm sure he'll be competing top 10 in no time at all. Yeah, very, very good performance from Dan. 43.0 puts him into 6th place so far. Fast and furious here, people taking off, moving into the waiting area, waiting for their green flag, doing their attack run and then coming back into land. It's very, very efficient indeed, tending to get through about a competitor every minute, something like that. So we hope to be flying at least another hour with PF1 this morning. Competition running like clockwork so far. So organisers have been on site now for at least 2 weeks. Competitors were arriving towards the latter half of last week, and I arrived personally on Saturday of last week along with my other jury members, because commentating is not my first job here. I'm actually a member of the official jury. I happen to be jury president this year. Our job is to be independent witnesses, and I can't see a better place than sitting where I am to see all of the action. In case there's a protest or a complaint, then we can deliver an independent view of what happened and then decide on any protest should there be one. We don't expect any because it's running like clockwork. Scores are coming out and they are pretty accurate. There's a system of submitting a complaint is what it's used in our language. Are you sure you got my score right? And if after the competition director has answered your complaint, then so you can come to us, the jury, and we investigate and make a decision for you. Next up, Spanish pilot Javier. Performing consistently, 20th, 21st and 22nd, but he's very close to the water. Nearly became our first splash of the day. Beautiful control. So still top of the leaderboard, Mosen with 32.168. And his teammate Abdurrahman from Qatar, 33.43. And now Javier Tejero Lopez with 39.4 in third place. Vicente from Spain. Again, another solid performer, 19th, 22nd and 20th so far. Swinging a little high around that one. Pilots are aiming to stay consistently low to the water as they go around the course. That will be the fastest. And as we go through this reverse start list, so fastest last, so you'll see the techniques change. Proximity to the pylons get closer. And just blipping the throttle at the end to make sure he gets in. Number 34, Vicente from Spain. Coming in at 10th, 42.353. Number 17, Morgane Planton from France is up next. Third of the three female pilots. She and Leah Gatula locked in battle after last year's World Championships in Qatar, where Morgane was victorious and is the current world champion. And Leah came second. So Leah's time, 42.027. That's the time for Morgane to beat. I can see her off shot. Yeah, here she is coming in. Current world champion Morgane. Great control as she flicks through, changing direction. Nice tight turn, near horizontal to the wing as she comes through to the next. And through the final turn, here we go, full speed, legs stretched out, leaning forward in the chassis, and looks as though she will score a good time. So Leah 42.02. Let's see if Morgane can come close to that. And she absolutely smashes it. Hard luck, Leah. Morgane 38.601. Third place overall so far. Remember, this is an open class. Sadly, we haven't got enough female competitors this year to make a valid female class. So the females are competing in the open class along with all of the males. And, yep, Morgane is third overall at the moment. Leah 7th. And Kaylee an honourable 13th in this, the open class, competing against all of the men. Number 36, Jakub from Poland. 17th, 17th and 19th from the first 3 tasks. Feeling the G's as he throws his body into the air. Just correcting to get closer to the pylon. Feet out. And registering a finish, I'm sure. So weather conditions still holding up. You can see a little bit of wind on the surface of the lake, but the temperature's certainly warming up today. We were a bit overcast yesterday, so the temperature stayed in the low 20s, while they feel like they're in the mid 20s already. Now we're live. It's 12:05 local time here in sunny southern Spain. We're on a lake called Lago de Bornos, Lake Bornos, in the region of Andalusia in southern Spain. It's a couple of hours northwest of Malaga, if you've been on your holidays to southern Spain. And we're here all week. This is day number 2 of the International Championships. We'll be flying on Thursday, Friday and Saturday this week, with the closing ceremony Saturday evening. What are we here for? To put a gold medal around someone's neck. We've 2 classes, the PF class, the Paramotor Foot Launched, and the PL class, the Paramotor Land Plane. This is the track that we're using. It's called Aquila. You can see start-finish gate in the bottom left, and then the blue turns are counterclockwise, the red turns are clockwise, as we cut through to the next competitor. Andre from Poland, 15th, 13th and 14th in the first 3 tasks. Looks like fun, eh? Well, you two can get involved. Very little barrier to entry to this sport. And look at the fun you can have. Hope you've got a strong stomach. And over in the blink of an eye. I'm notoriously bad at predicting, but I reckon that's a leading time from Andre. Let's look over to Dice Stop Flights. And wait until his score appears. And straight into second place, 32.5 for Andre. So splitting the Qataris. It's Qatar, Poland, Qatar at the top of the leaderboard. Thomas Mignot from France, 18th, 11th and 13th so far in the competition. Competed in Qatar last year, came 11th. Flying the tiny 13-meter Ozone Free Ride 2. Round of applause filtering through from behind us. I know that the French team have set up camp only a few meters away, and they're all watching intently, supporting. Excellent attitude from the French team this year. They are a team. They eat together, they fly together, they train together, and the passion and the dedication are showing. There's a team prize, of course, at the end of the week. Computed from the top 3 scores from each nation. And if I have to guess, it's going to be between Qatar, France and Czech Republic for the team prize, but I'm all wrong every single time so far. So let's move over from my poor guesses to Ryan from Texas, USA, skimming along the surface of the water, pulling the risers to get himself around the pylon. Ryan, a bit of a dark horse here. We didn't know about him before he came, and he's making a real impression on this championship. And again, standing up in his harness to try and get the maximum speed possible. Ryan, 19th in the first task, but then 9th and 9th in the next two tasks. And judging from that performance, he's going to be going up the leaderboard. Indeed he does. Fastest so far, 31.171. Ryan, you're in the lead. Czech Republic, number 29, Karol Klima, 12th, 16th and 16th. Electing to gain some height going into the turn so that he can then lose it and transfer for speed coming out. Quick leg stretch and safely through the finish gate. We're over halfway through now. This is the PF class, Paramotor Foot Launch class of the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Welcome if you've just joined us, we're live. It's 12:10 on Wednesday afternoon. And we are sitting in a tent next to the lake of Bornos, Lago de Bornos, in the Andalusian region of southern Spain. It's a beautiful day. There's nowhere we'd rather be as we look forward to the next competitor starting his attack run. Excellent control, full throttle as he comes into the course at top speed. 11th, 15th and 15th, Alois, so far this week. No stranger to the world circuit, 16th in 23 and 17th in 24. Surely going to do better this year. And a very fast time from Alois. Ryan's time of 31.171, still the time to beat. And beat it he does, 31.160, 1/100th of a second faster. It's enough. Alois goes into top so far. 31.16 with Ryan from USA, 31.17. And Thomas from France, 31.516. Severin Sobczak from Poland, 10th, 12th and 10th. Looks more like water skiing to me. Very, very close indeed to the ground or the water. But maintaining a very similar height all the way through. Stretch for the end. And an excellent performance. So still a few competitors ready to go. That's Bartosz by the looks of it. So that's the world champion. Not yet in his harness. We had a different format last year. We had preliminary rounds, much like the format that we have here today. But then we went into knockout stages with top 16, top 8, top 4 and then a final. It was deemed unfair to the pilots so it's been dropped this year in favour of a cumulative scoring system. But Bartosz won last year in the final. As we move to competitor 37, Marcin from Poland. Ninth, 10th and 10th so far. Cage dangerously close to the water. Water splash, of course, brings penalties. Needs to do a 360 around the middle. A 180 around the middle. And then stay low and looking good. Time to beat 31.16 from Alois from Czech Republic. Ryan still in second place. His dad Dave watching from stateside. Hello, Dave. Yeah, number 10, Jiří Zhuža from Czech Republic. Been an extremely consistent 8th, 8th and 8th so far. Competed in the last 2 World Championships, finishing 17th and 14th. And currently running 8th this year. Pretty close to that pylon, so he'll get a provisional score, which will need to be ratified by the scoring team later. He's allowed to go any height he likes. And reasonably high in the finish gate, but he should be okay. There's an imaginary line going from the centre of the pylons skyward. The Paramotor's whole machine must go outside of that centre line. So they can go any height they like. But there's a restriction on the start-finish gate. You must fly through the start and finish gate at a height no higher than the top of the pylon. So gaining height doesn't help you, because you have to lose height in the end as well. There's Asa from Qatar just warming up. See the weather conditions, it's a very lightweight, sensitive windsock. As we move in with number 4, Cyril Planton from France. All the 7s, 7th, 7th, 7th so far. A little bit high, but bringing it down. It's all about the last turn. Staying low, it just has a slight correction, but manages it at full throttle. Good on you, Cyril. You must love the number 7, because he came 7th in 2023, 7th in 2024, and so far it's all the 7s for the tasks that we've had today. This is task number 4. And straight in to the top of the leaderboard with 28.686. First person to break the 30-second barrier. Cyril from France, topping the leaderboard. Luboš Halama from Czech Republic, 9th, 3rd and 6th so far. Speeds are increasing. The radius of the turns are decreasing. Height control, much tighter. And he just clips that pylon as he goes through. So again, going to be subject to the scoring team checking and verifying. There's not a penalty itself for touching the pylon, but you must fly around the pylon and not cut a corner. So we wait on Luboš's score. His time, 27.791, will be provisional at this point, but he does go top of the leaderboard. pushing Cyril down into second place, and then Irgi from Czech Republic in third with 30.8. Johnson from Team USA. He's out of order in the start list, so he must have had a slight problem with his initial takeoff. 13, 18, 18 are his stats. Looking controlled and having to stay low, which he does. Nicely done, Johnson. Johnson also a seasoned campaigner, competing in 23 and 24, hoping to post a good score. He bought himself a new engine for this competition this year. Let's see how it fares for him. That's Mohammed. Oh, looking at the wrong screen. So we're back in action with Saeed. The distinctive tone of the Sky engine that Saeed's using a Sky Zeus 300. Oh, it needs to stay low, and I think he's done it. So we're in the top 5 competitors now. Saeed 5th overall as we start this task. 5th, 6th and 5th. So with 4 more elite competitors before we have the sandwich filling UAE at the end. And next up should be Asa Al-Hajjaji from Qatar. No. Yes, it is. Opening the throttle to go round the first turn. Asa 8th last year in Qatar. An amazingly tight turn there around the last pylon and successfully through. Head over to dice.flights, find our competition 7WPSC. This is the Paramotor foot-launched category, PF, and we're task number 4, and you will see that Asa has raced to the top of the leaderboard, 25.797, a full nearly 2 seconds ahead of his compatriot Saeed in second place, and then Luboš, Czech Republic, in 27.791. Times are being destroyed as we go through to Aleš, 3rd of the elite in the start list to go, 2 more after him. 2nd, 4th, and then 1st in the last task we had this morning. Way over the horizontal as he goes round that pylon. Skidding round that turn. And out through the start-finish. So you won't know this, but we've just had a bit of a gale burst through our tent. Sheets of paper flying all over the place. But he kept his cool. He stayed on course. And absolutely true to form. Aleš, top of the leaderboard, 24.944, pushing Asa down to second place and Saeed into third. I make it 2 more elite pilots to go, which are going to be Jérémy Penon from France and Bartosz Nowicki from Poland. And sure enough, Jérémy world silver medalist last year. And it's over in the blink of an eye, a little bit high, but let's hope that he's actually scored. Fourth, second and second so far in the championship. Jeremy and Bartosz locked in battle. They are numbers 1 and 2 in the world as they come into this championship, but there could be any one of, I would argue, 8 or 10 competitors for the gold medal this week. But we wait for current world champion Bartosz Nowitzki from Poland. Flying an ozone free ride 2, 14 metre. And a Sky Engines Aries 260 pulling him along. World champion Bartosz. Jeremy only in second place, so still the time of Aleš, 24.9 to beat. Just a tiny correction right at the very end, but another absolutely solid performance from Bartosz. It's hot at the top, isn't it? So we wait impatiently for the score to appear on Dice Stop Flights. Aleš currently leading on 24.944. And Bartosz can only manage third place, 25.576. So with the 3 from UAE still to go, the provisional scores are in first place, Aleš from Czech Republic, 24.9. In second, Jeremy from France, 25.1. And third place, current world champion Bartosz, 25.5 from Poland. Good job it's not windy and there aren't any waves, because they would be hitting the wingtips of these canopies. Amazing shots brought to you by KTO Productions and Geordie on my right hand side, furiously pressing the buttons and directing the cameras and the drones that we have here this week, bringing you these outstanding images. As you can see for yourselves, the effort needed, the control, the precision, the balance. Absolutely world-class action from both the pilots and the media crew, if I may say so. And he skims the surface of the water, legs stretched ahead of him, leaning forward to bring the angle of incident of the cage so that the propeller is pointing into the air and he's able to transfer that into as much speed as possible. So we're back because we're now on to the next task, which is for the PL class, the Paramotor Land Trike. This is task number 5. Got caught on the hop a little bit, but this is Ramon Morillas, former world champion, for task number 5. Using a different pattern. This one is Comet. So through the start-finish gate to the center pylon, take a right turn to a corner pylon, across the course to the other corner pylon, back to the center, take a right turn, and through the start-finish. And Ramon Morillas safely through the start-finish gate. So welcome back. This is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos, in the region of Andalusia in southern Spain. It's a nice sunny day, few clouds, but generally the conditions are absolutely perfect. And we are flying Paramotor Slalom around a dice type pattern of the number 5 on the dice of some inflatable pylons in the middle of the Lake Bornos here in southern Spain, about a couple of hours northwest of Malaga. We are on day 2 of 5 of the championship, and this is task number 5. We have 2 classes, the Paramotor Land Trike, the PL class, which we're doing right now, and then we'll be followed by the Paramotor Foot Launched later on. We've 17 competitors in this, the PL class, and we're looking at the second competitor to go through the course this afternoon, and it's Oscar from Spain. So, pattern Comet through the start-finish, and then around the center pylon, taking a right-hand turn, off to the far pylon to take a left-hand turn, and then back to the pylon on the far right-hand side of the screen for another left-hand turn, back to the center pylon for a right-hand or clockwise turn, come on Oscar, and then out through the start-finish gate. So a steady performance there from Oscar Robles Pereira from Spain. So we've had 4 tasks so far. This is task number 5. And I'll be reading out the previous results to give you an idea of where the competitors are in the pecking order. And Oscar came 18th, 16th, 18th and 15th so far. And if you go over to our official scoring website, which is dice.flights, dice.flights, navigate through to our championship, 7WPSC, the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships, and we're currently following the PL category. There you will see the table of all of the competitors and their scores so far, and you can see that Oscar is currently 16th on the list of 18 competitors taking part this week. '55, Thibaut Alain from France. Nope, correction. 54, Martin Carpio from Spain. We have a start list, but for various reasons it may not be respected. Pilots are allowed up to 3 attempts to take off successfully, and perhaps if the first few have had a problem or the engine won't start or whatever it might be. So the start list is broken, but that's not a problem. as we watch Martin, originally from Australia, living in Spain for many years now, family based in Spain. And Martin, the driving force behind the Spanish team this week with their 8 competitors. Martin's aim, stay dry, enjoy himself, and gain some vital experience. Martin's also the team leader this week. Each team has a team leader attending briefings most evenings to make sure that latest information is spread and that all competitors are aware of what's going on. We've also got an official WhatsApp group, and the competition director, Kamil Manchowski from Poland, has been sending out official messages all morning, and the latest one he sent out is that this indeed will be the last task for the day, task number 3 of the day, task number 5 overall in the championship. So we're at the beginning of the PL category, the Paramotor Trike category. 17 competitors and then a further 39 in the foot launch. So we're with you for another good hour and a half, weather permitting, and it's lovely and sunny today. So let's cross to number 55, Thibault Lane from France. 18, 12, 13, 17 are his scores so far. That means 18th place, 13th place, and so on out of the field of 18. So off to the far pylon, take a left turn around the far pylon. Back to the middle pylon, take a right turn, a clockwise turn. And then through the start finish. So if you've just joined, welcome. The points system is such that you get points for where you turn up in the league table. So say you come first, you get 1 point. If you come 5th, you get 5 points, and so on. And then the person with the lowest points at the end of the week is the winner. And we'll be handing out official International Federation FAI World Gold Medals in both the foot launched and the trike categories on Saturday evening. Another Frenchman, Gaetan from France. He's low down the start list because of an error in the very first task yesterday, but since then he's been 3rd, 5th and 4th. And it shows. Gaetan is surely going to go to the top of the leaderboard with that flight. Sure enough, go over to dice.flight, navigate through to our competition. It's the PL category, and it's task 5 in the pattern of Comet. And Gaetan is, sure enough, top of the tree with 25.6 seconds. '58, Ibrahim. Part of the strong Qatari team, 9th, 10th and 12th so far. Needs to go back to the centre pylon, take a clockwise turn, keep his height low, full speed, use the speed bar, and out we go. Very strong Qatari team here this year. There are 8 competitors, but they're well supported by the Qatari Air Sports Committee, and they've been able to spend several weeks here in Bornos in southern Spain, honing their craft and practicing. Good shot of Boris there, Tisbaer, evident with his beard. Boris 2nd in the task earlier on this morning. And we cut through to number 49, Abdul Rahman. 6899, so mid-table. So that's pylon number 3, moving into pylon number 4 around the centre, clockwise turn, and out the start finish. We have a whole team of marshals and scorers here this week, led by Chief Marshal Simon from Poland, but ably assisted by our whole team of other marshals, mostly from Spain, all under the guise of competition director Kamil Łęczowski from Poland. And now Thomas from France. 4, 6, 7, 8 are his scores so far. Excellent performance, really standing up in the trike to get the maximum speed as he goes through. Thomas 16th in the 2024 World Championships in Qatar last year. Surely going to improve on that this year with a performance like that. Thomas going into second place with 30.665, but Gaetan's still miles ahead on 25.603. And Abdulrahman Mohammed from Qatar in third and 32.667. On to Václav from Czech Republic. Third, fifth, sixth, fifth so far. 9th in the world last year. As he successfully exits, and he will need now to go back to the landing deck and land cleanly in order for the score to be registered. But the times are posted almost instantly on Dice.flights, Flights, and Václav got a 27.54. Scores remain provisional until penalties have been applied, and that includes that you must land safely back in the deck within the confines of the deck for your score to be counted. Boris Tisper, fresh from his second place in the last task just an hour ago, standing up on the speed guard to get maximum speed as he crouches for the pendulum effect to go around the pylon. Super tight around the first, going into the corner pylon and then across to the center pylon and out of the start finish. And a round of applause behind me from the French supporters. Boris going into second place, 26.016. And half a second behind his compatriot Gaetan with 25.6 seconds. And current number 2 in the world, Ibrahim. First, second, second, first on top form this year as he aims to go top of the podium. Quite a correction there, loss of height or gain of height, so loss of speed as he goes through that turn. But he's made it in the end. And time to beat 25.6, and he's done it. 25.423 for current world number 2, Ibrahim Hussein from Team Qatar. Followed by Gaetan Magnon from France, 25.603, and then Boris Tisper, 26.016 in third place. Next up, 56, Michał Paulus from Poland. His stats, 5, 10, 14, 11. So, Comet, you need to go through the gate, around the centre pylon, and then to one of the corner pylons, across a straight to another corner pylon, back to the centre, and then out of the start-finish gate. So 3 pylons in use, 4 turns in total. That's enough, I tell you. The stresses and the strains on the body are huge. The adrenaline is high. Pilots will have flown 3 times today before a well-earned siesta this afternoon. It's 30 seconds of action. Think of it as a 200 or 400 meter race. And they're doing 3 of them in quick succession every morning that we fly. Great shots of the lake of Bornos. You can see the town of Bornos off there on the left-hand side at the top. And on the lakeside, some white tents and a group of people. That's us. Wave, and we'll see you. It's a compact competition site, but it's plenty big enough for us. And it means that we have a great atmosphere here with all of the competitors mixing and mingling. So he's standing up out of his harness, off his seat. All his weight on the speed bar as he tries to squeeze out every kilometer per hour. Legs working overtime. And look at that, way over the horizontal. Pulling 2.5, maybe as much as 3G. So hundreds and hundreds of kilos of pressure on the harnesses, on the seats of the trikes. Amazing shots in slow motion of the action here today. So this event wouldn't be possible with our very generous sponsors. We've got a number of categories this year, and taking up the engine category is Vitorazzi Motors. Very generous sponsors. Thank you very much indeed for your support, much needed. The chassis belong to Liberty Paramotors, and the owner of the company, Carlos, here supporting us this week. The canopy class taken by Dudek Paramotors in Poland. And then the official scoring software Dice.Flights. And these images being brought to you by Jordi Carmadons and his team at KTO Productions. weather conditions are changing slightly. The thermals are starting to build. We're live. It's 2 minutes past 1 Central European time here in southern Spain on a Wednesday morning. If you're watching this on replay, then we're not live. But we're certainly live at the moment, and it's 1 o'clock here, so the sun is starting to take its effect. It's warming up. It's in the mid-high 20s now. And this is obviously going to have an effect on the flying as thermal activity increases. And in fact, competition director Kamil has just sent out a message to all competitors to say that thermal activity is on the up. This is information at this stage. And indeed, he's qualified it by saying that conditions are such that this will be the last of the action this morning. Once this class is finished, the PL class, and we'll be postponing the PF class now until probably tomorrow morning, depending on what the competition director decides. So this is the last of the action today, as we go through the last few competitors in the PL class. Jan, number 46 from France, just completing the course. His vitals are 7786. And Jan not troubling the top of the leaderboard, coming in 5th with 29.57. So the leaderboard still Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar, 25.4. Gaëtan Manon from France, 25.6. And Boris Tisbayer from France, 26.0. This being task 5. And don't forget, all scores are carried forward through the week. But now we've reached the 5th task in the PL class. The worst score can be deducted. So you take your top 4 scores from the 5 tasks that have been completed. So now we've got a job for chief scorer Marcin to get out the abacus, count the fingers, and work out the worst scores of each competitor to draw up the league table. Of course, I'm kidding. It's all done automatically by the scorers Dice.Flights here this year. It's Comet here. But the provisionals, after 5 tasks without the deduction, are that Ibrahim Hussein from Qatar is in the lead, followed by Boris Tisbayer in 2nd, Vaclav from Czech Republic in 3rd, Thomas Goltz from France in 4th, Jan Lelière from France in 5th, and Gaëtan from France in 6th. Now, this is before deductions of worst scores. So that is the raw score as it stands today. Before, like I say, the bean counting starts from chief scorer Marcin. So the message is filtered through to the foot-launched community. They're packing up and they'll be going home for a spot of lunch and then a siesta. They'll be back early tomorrow morning. We're just waiting now for the last few PL competitors. We're the official World Championships for Paramotor Slalom this year, overseen by the International Federation, the FAI, the World Air Sports Federation, based in Lausanne in Switzerland. Take a look at the website, fai.org, if you want any more information. Meanwhile, coming back to my good friend Mika Virolainen from Finland. Policeman, former firefighter, and former soldier maintaining F-18 jets. He's flown backseat in an F-18 jet, but I bet it's nothing on this. As Mika negotiates turn 2. Very, very high, Mika. He's allowed to go high, it's just going to cost him time. Goes across one side of the dice to turn 3, back to the middle pylon to take a clockwise turn before having to come down, Mika. You've got to lose the height. So he'll dive to come through the start-finish within 9 meters of the water surface, 9 meters being the height of the pylons. We have a very sophisticated scoring system this year, and it has a window of surface water to 9 meters above the surface. So you must have, ideally, your feet pass through that window. Mika in at 41.843 puts him in 13th place. Next in is from Czech Republic, Milan Clément. 2 very poor first runs, but then 3rd place and 3rd place. So he's certainly going to benefit from the deduction of his 5th score. Obvious class on show here as the height control is superb. Nearly brushing pylon number 4 before crouching to gain speed through the finish. Milan flying a 16-meter wing. Finishing 5th in 2023 and 6th in 2024. Sporting a chassis from our chassis sponsor, Liberty Paramotors. And Milan going top of the leaderboard with a time of 24.925. So that's done it for the day. That's the end of the PL class. All competitors through. Confirmation on dice not flights. Milan Clément 24.925 in first. Ibrahim Hussein 25.423 in second from Qatar. And Gaëtan Magnon, fantastic performance in third, 25.603. That's us for the day. We're going to pack up our bags and head off for some lunch. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30, bright and early, for sunrise and continuation of day 3 of this, the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships from Bornos in southern Spain. Thanks for being with us, and we'll see you again tomorrow.